and the regulatory body that's evolving to govern that space. So that's the first platform, which brings us to the policy and regulation. Secondly, it's the investment dimension. So the money that flows into these businesses to enhance it and make them be forward-looking or adopting new technologies or adopting new solutions. So this is, yes, this is definitely part of the strategy. If you want to have a profitable poultry or meat or dairy in this habitat, you need to be operating at the thresholds and at the critical limits of this industry in order for you to make profit. Okay, it's very hard to raise cows in this environment and to produce high quality meat or dairy. Same thing holds for poultry. So I guess there's lots of resources that goes here in addition to any other farms that are around the world. So I know that there's certain type of air conditioning, there's certain type of shading that needs to be introduced to the animals, lots of additives that needs to be introduced in the animal feed, like salt and other minerals. So yes, all these organizations have to operate at a very optimal, very scientific, lots of monitoring and surveillance, as Namat mentioned, in order to be profitable. So and this is also driven by the vision of the investors or the umbrella of the owners, which are usually holdings. So understanding this business ecosystem, it comes very clear that it is a private-public partnership. Most of the public entities that are established, they're usually incentivized by the public sector in order to set shop, whether by providing them land, accessibility to utilities, and of course certain cuts in terms of exports and imports. So yes, there's lots of incentives in that area, and it all goes into this public-private partnership. It could be in investment form, but it also could be in subsidies form.
Okay. Yes, please.
I think we need to talk after the panel because we work also with the universities. So we work with the university, as an example, University of Georgia in the US. They use our solution in all their trial facilities, the poultry trial facilities, where they can actually measure the effect of different products from on the different cycles. So this actually helps in finding out exactly the adding a certain vaccine or adding or changing a different variable inside one of the cycles and the impact of that change on the cycles. This is usually done by genetics companies or vaccines companies with the university, and our solution helps in getting that input. So this is it's all about integration, I guess. So our collaboration. So yeah.
Just we can continue with you only regarding that how we can foster the collaborations between the startups, researchers, and traditional agriculture stakeholders. How we can foster that collaboration between all these different
yeah, I guess it's
sectors.
It's a win-win-win situation from all of them, and everyone right now is working in a silo and thinking that in that way they can actually get a big benefit, but integrating all of them makes a difference. And what we can do is that show success stories. That's what we do. Whenever we go to any conference or any event, we show that we already integrated with different parties, and with the integration, we were able to do that and that and that. And the output is really great because 1 + 1 is never 2. It's always more. So that's
what I feel that all the genesis of startups or the researchers base that where they have to work, that all comes from the problems what the traditional agriculture farmer that he is facing. From that only that problem is picked up by the startups or the researchers ultimately. But we have to coordinate between these all three so that the benefit reaches to the farmer. Ultimately, he must be the beneficiary for all of us.
Exactly. It has to be from different perspective
Yeah.
because everyone will see it from his perspective, and the value will really comes from that collaboration.
Mufon, there is a small query regarding the barriers. What are there for data sharing across ministries, labs, field agents, and how can technology help overcome issues of trust, interoperability, and the privacy?
Okay, I know this data privacy is key, and security as well. So I think that's where the policy comes in, to like make sure everybody is aware of what is happening, who owns what, and one can as well adopt what they call federated model, where you own your data, but the insight can be useful for different people. And when that happens, your data is not exposed, the raw data, but just the insights. Yeah.
Do you have some suggestion on it, that what are the biggest challenges or the barriers for data sharing?
Yeah, it's
What you are facing at your place, at your ministries, or the
so mainly one of the main challenges in data sharing is that each poultry company or each farmer feels like this is my data. I don't want to actually give it to the ministry, or I don't want to even share it with anyone, even the service provider like us. So for example, if we're when we talk to poultry companies, large or medium poultry companies, what we do is that we provide them with an enterprise solution where they can actually use private server, private cloud server, and they don't share the data with anyone, even us, unless there's a technical thing that we can work with them under their own acceptance. So this is one thing. But when we talk with the government level and the monitoring and control level, what we do is that we help the poultry farmers understand that it's anonymized data. It will not be seen like individual data unless it's on the someone who have the permission to do that from the ministry or from the government. But any peers, they will not be able to see the data of that farmer. So this actually helps some. It's not, yeah, it would add some trust exactly, but it's not 100%. But at least it ensures them that their data will not be seen by their peers. So this is one of the things. Yeah.
One question that was also discussed yesterday regarding the innovative food alternatives which are coming. Poultry is one amongst that. We are having the engineered meat now, cell cultured meat now from the poultry, particularly Vietnam, Indonesia. They have started it with all permissions from the government side. What the future you see from your industry side and
Okay, I was talking to Wafun yesterday about it. Okay, poultry is here to stay. It's everyone will stay eating, and it's as a commercial wise, it's different than eating from a lab and eating a chicken. it's totally
but
different.
research and that has come out that exactly the tenderness, palatability.
I tried it. Yeah, I tried it.
Everything is same.
I tried
Rather,
it. Yeah.
people say it looks better than the bone and all chicken that we take. And ultimately, the aim of that research was to meet out the demand.
Yeah.
We were not able to have the demand of that much meat. So, but
Sure.
still there are some
It's
ethical
still-
issues.
Yeah.
It has not been accepted by the global food companies,
Exactly.
but still few of the countries, they have started coming out on that.
It's one of the things that I want to say about that is also the percentage of people or research or companies that are talking about it, it's around 6% of the whole world. So this is it's just 6%. So 6% of the whole world is talking about the plant-based meat or lab-based meat and so on. So it's just a very small percentage, and most of it also is in Europe. So so we can say that it will work with the chicken, but yani, at the end it's a very small percentage.
Thank you very much, Niamat. Really, this panel is going so well with so good your answers to some of the problems what world is facing and many of the industries they are facing. And we have been given one time by the organizers, so we have to restrict within that. But I want to take the final call from Fadi regarding any issue that you want to highlight that in future people sitting in the hall, the young researchers, they can take that in or the startups. We have very good startup with us. Something you want to guide?
Sure. So yes, it's all about proteins moving forward, at least for the coming couple of years. So protein and protein alternatives are key. Last week, Abu Dhabi Investment Office announced a collaboration with 2 companies for precision fermentation. So precision fermentation is critical for protein development, and this will substitute some of the required eggs for the industries. We are looking deeply into plant-based proteins and working on different type of protein strains and amino acids. So yes, this is part of our focus. This is the third platform, which will be like insect-based proteins. Yesterday we had the gentleman
we
from
have one
Morocco
dog.
who was highlighting that. So that's also an area that we're looking into. So protein is the name of the game in terms of limiting or lowering the reliance on poultry and on traditional cattle, but at the same time it's for the health dimension, the awareness about health. It's about the nutrition amount or intake for humans specifically, that the population is increasing. Now, cell culture, this is something that's still on the boundaries of ethicality or halalness or kosherness. So this is still
Some ethical issues will be there. In
so
that.
this is still an area of lots
Social
of question marks on top of it. So we'll keep it aside. But the areas that we're still allowed or they are actually competing with each other in terms of technology, these are enough for other people to come in and join the game.
Niamat, any final call from your side for future vision?
Yeah, I can just say one thing is food security mainly belongs to nations or countries that really will detect the problems early, act fast and respond fast, as well as collaborate deeply. So if we commit to integration today or collaboration today, we'll be able to prevent a lot of crises tomorrow. Thank you.
Perfect. Move on.
Okay, we all know that we have a tax, 2050.
Move on. If you can just speak up a little bit, please. so that we can hear
Population
you.
growth.
Thank you.
And the only way that I feel could help is for us to adopt technology. And my last word will be the leaders who act today certainly will lead the future of food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the panel experts, for giving so insightful views on the from your experience for a very long time. And I hope that whole house has been enlightened with the knowledge what has been shared by all the experts. We are missing one of our expert, Al Baraiki. So thank you very much, the organizers.
Yep, no worries.
This-
So, our missing panel member did call in and apologise. He had a family emergency, so that was the reason. But quick Q&A. quick Q&A. Anybody? I've got the microphone. Any questions, comments? Remember the house rules, quick fire, 1 minute and 1 minute. Anybody, or do these guys cover the whole spectrum and gamut of the subject matter? Bridging agriculture and animal health policy. All good?
I think everyone is clear what has been
Brilliant.
told. Yes.
Okay, round of applause,
Thank you
everybody,
very much.
for the panel. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Yashpal, for managing that. And team photo at the front here. Thanks, everybody. Okay, let's get Shweta up there as well. Very good. Yeah, we'll get one official one done, and then one for LinkedIn. Don't forget, we're live streaming today, folks. So get on to the live stream. Thanks again, everybody. And we're going to move straight into the next panel now. And because people have been drifting in and out, getting coffee and snacks, which is great. And the organisers are more than happy with that. So we're now going to move to the next panel. And let's have a look. Let's see what we have got for the rest of the day. Here we go. Okay, so panel discussion. Investing in resilience, mobilising capital and agri-tech and climate-smart agriculture in the MENA region. Investment landscape, risk management and assessment, and technology innovation in arid environments. And certainly the GCC region can be described as arid at times. And so moving forward, we've now got Amit Grover, Managing Partner of Grover and Company, who's going to moderate. Come up and join us, Amit. And if you wouldn't mind calling up your team, as you can see up there, brightly displayed, and they're going to host a lively half-hour conversation. So
Super.
welcome, everybody.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. I'd like to call upon my panelists, starting with Mohammed, Jose, and Varmate, and Roman. Please make yourself on stage. Good, my friend. Please. Hello. Nice to meet you, mate. Sorry for the accent. I'm from New Zealand, actually, so it's the Kiwi in me. Morning. All right. It's a great panel because beyond talking about agriculture and many technologies in the Middle East, we talk about a very important subject, which is money, capital, supporting all of that and what we are trying to achieve in this region. So a bit about me, what I'm going to kind of do is I'm going to introduce myself, and then I'm going to pass on to my fellow colleagues, and they can all do a 1-minute introduction, quick introduction for the audiences. So my name is Amit Grover. I'm from New Zealand. I run an IP strategy practice and a single family office. So I've been around for a while, and passing on, please.
Thank you so much. And it's my pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organizer of this beautiful conference, because they are the one who are breaking down and building a bridge between investors, agri-tech company. My name is Muhammad Umar Rabbani. I'm MSc Horticulture, Certified Global Gap Farm Assurer, Registered Project Management Professional, and Lead Green Associate. Right now, I'm working with Agrovet Group, and before I used to work with Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority and Abu Dhabi Farmer Services Center.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Fernandez. I'm living in Dubai the past 16 years. And the project that brought me here, I was co-founder and CEO. So I come with a background as co-founder and CEO in the food ingredients industry. I combine this activity as an investor in different projects. I'm very much involved in the ecosystem in Europe, in the Middle East, and in the US. And then I have another hat that is as a board and advisory board member in different organizations, all of them linked and representing different stages within the food value chain. Yeah, happy to be here.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Womit Jones Sidikio. I work as the founder of the AFCFTA Roundtable, connecting businesses, connecting entrepreneurs, connecting small businesses across Africa. I also work as vice president of the All Africa Association for Small and Medium Enterprises. And together we are building an ecosystem of small businesses, trying to create a platform for businesses to do export across Africa and across the world. And thirdly, I'm also Director General of the Yenagua Chamber of Commerce, a sub-regional chamber of commerce in Nigeria. And so in all three of these, what we're doing is working with small businesses, creating a platform for them to do a lot of export and grow through the process, especially in Nigeria and across Africa. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Roman Ulyanov. I'm CEO and the founder of a company called Greeneration. Greeneration is a chain of vertical farms located here in UAE, where we grow premium and rare ingredients like edible flowers, specialty beefs. Recently, we started growing cucumbers. Hopefully, you will test them and try them soon. We work with all the best restaurants, hotels, caterers, and recently started working with some retail chains as well. My background, like I'm a serial entrepreneur. I was doing different businesses for a while. But originally I started in investment field. I was an investment banker doing private equity and venture capital, focusing on M&As in other sectors other than agriculture. But that background helped me a lot in raising funds to develop a very interesting project here, Greeneration. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Super. We've got a stellar panel. Let's jump into it. My first question is to you, Mohammed. Investments in agri-tech, I mean, this is a much talked about subject across the Middle East and the topic of many discussions. How do you think investments in agri-tech, number one, builds climate resilience, again, in the context of MENA, and, and how does it benefit the agriculture sector as we see it today?
I mean, when we are talking about Middle East or MENA region, so MENA region has significant importance while we are talking about food security, food sustainability, sustainable agriculture, logistics, supply chain. And the groups which are working on agriculture, they have a core objective to work in this region because 60% of the MENA population is living on water scarcity and non-arable land. And that 60%, if we compare to the whole world, so it will become 35% of the whole population. So 35% of the whole population is living on a water scarcity area. So when we are talking about agriculture in this region, so it's really hard to agriculture companies that has to work on sustainable agriculture. If I would take you to 90s, in 90s there was no any agriculture industry, especially in Gulf region. But right now, I must say that I can say proudly that we have agriculture industry which have 5 to 7% of annual compound growth rate, which is the good rate for any industry. So basically in MENA region, as I'm grower, I have seen that we have a three biggest challenge. Number one is water. In MENA region, we have a scarcity of water, we have a saline water, but I'm really thankful to agri-tech companies so that they give us a solution of RO plant, or reverse osmosis plants, to grow and to clean the water, to make that salinity less, and we would be able to grow agricultural commodities here. And also, second one is the biggest challenge is our soil. Soil is not fertile here. Majority of the soil is not fertile. So they give us a solution of hydroponic system, soilless, or biostimulant or fertilizers now available, so we can enhance the soil fertility as well. And the third one and the biggest one is the climate. We have sometime temperature fluctuate until 45 degrees centigrade and 50 degrees centigrade. So we are not able to grow on that. So we have right now technology of high-tech technology, low-tech. We have greenhouses, net houses, low-tech technologies. So right now with that investment and with that innovation, we are able to grow our agriculture commodities here in Middle East and Africa.
Super. Moving on to you, Jose. You've obviously been a thought leader in the agriculture and the food sector in the Middle East. And we've also had many conversations on that from time to time. In your approach, what's the best way, in your opinion, to have tangible food secured region, which means food security both on an institutional level and a consumer level? What are the different approaches that you think really works?
Very good question, Amit. I'll try to be practical on this, right? So if you think about any development in a system, in a closed system, for example, talking about a development in plants, you might think, okay, we need soil to understand the soil. We need to understand what are the nutrients. We need to understand the environment, right? This environment means context. And when we are talking about food security and national food security in the UAE and regionally, I think this context is ecosystem. So we need to have an ecosystem that is really cohesive, that it's really meant to bring talent or to train that talent on the real goals. We need to have resources. We need to have a structural funding that goes the right way, because there are areas that are not, yet profitable for the private capital, right? So there must be an assessment on which one are those areas. And then, for example, initiatives like, the Khalifa University and Dr. Fadi, it's leading, right? So it's very important to have this sort of projects where, profit it's more driven by self-sustainability rather than benefits, right? So you want to have a tool that is contributing for the ecosystem to thrive. So then, having said that, I would say, obviously, it's a combination of efforts from the public sector, from the government, and so on, efforts from the private sector, obviously corporates that are in a better fit to contribute to this. And then obviously the startup innovators, academia, and so on. So in that regard, and after being 16 years here, I'm seeing progress, right? So there is a food cluster being created recently. It's under the Ministry of Economy. I'm, proud to be part of it, right? And especially on the knowledge hub of it. So this is starting to do some steps. Obviously, it's not at the pace that we all want, but obviously you have that element that at least it's bringing together meaningful discussions and, more importantly, some action, right? But I don't know if that answered entirely your question, but in short, for me, is that ecosystem has to be nurtured, yeah, and the collaboration. We don't want to reinvent the wheel here, right? So there is learning from others' mistakes. So we want to learn from others as well, and opening the doors for others to come with their solutions. I think it's also a good approach.
No, great. I mean, there's no one answer to food security. I think it's a bunch of stakeholders who come together and achieve that. Going a bit away from the Middle East and coming into Africa, because Africa is a very strong partner for multiple countries in Africa for the Middle East. So, Mamate, in your opinion, structurally, what are the challenges that you see in financing where a lot of African businesses, agribusinesses face an increasing barrier to accessing foreign markets and accessing climate smart innovation that basically makes it more competitive compared to the rest of the world? So what's your opinion on it?
Well, thank you very much, Amit. I'll basically try to create some sort of context in this first. We understand Africa as 1.4 billion people. And as we speak, there are about 570 million smallholder farmers across the world by statistics of the Food and Agricultural Organization. Now, about 70–80% of that are under 2 hectares, and you have 30% of that in Africa. That's huge. And then if you flow back to Nigeria, say Africa has about 60% of non-cultivated arable land all over the world, and that's huge as well. Now, come down a bit, you'll discover that much of what is food security issues are in Africa, based on climate issues, for instance, in crisis, areas of crisis, and all of that. And then the third context is to see that Africa also has the great issues of food loss and food waste. And that if you now knit these three together, you'll see a critical problem. But again, the issue is when we talk about financing agribusiness in Africa, the key question would now be what exactly to finance? Are we financing production? Are we financing resilience? That's where Africa's next issues are going. Now, in financing smallholder farmers to be resilient, to be able to export, to access finance exactly, where do they get the monies from? And that's why how to mobilize capital for agri-tech becomes very essential. Now, you have a lot of small businesses that are actually into agri-tech, and you have technology that is growing. For instance, in Kenya and in Nigeria, in a few other places, you have small businesses that are actually mobilizing capital. The first thing is that small businesses have this challenge of not being two things, not being formal in the market area, so they're not recognized to be able to access formal capital. The second bit is they are seen as not having credit history. So these are the core areas, for instance, that mobilizing capital, extra commercial capital comes in very key. And so in two key areas, you discover that people are doing, helping these businesses create data and information that helps them access funding, both formally and informally. So going forward, for instance, also in my organization, like the All Africa Association for Small and Medium Enterprises, what we've done is create what we call the Ubuntu Susu Fund, which is like, Ubuntu is more like a community and is like crowdfunding that is outside of the formal banking arrangement to ensure that all of the challenges that small businesses face, whether in production or in export businesses, are taken care of. So that is one key area of doing basically crowdfunding, crowdfunding to be able to mobilize small businesses, especially in agri-tech, to ensure that they are resilient and they also lose that structural disadvantage that is affecting small businesses in Africa.
No, it's a very, very valid point. In fact, early this year, at the World Economic Forum, I got the pleasure of meeting a couple of very senior Indian finance ministry people. And in terms of microfinance to farmers, I mean, if you look at the default rate, it's mind-boggling because the people who actually do the maximum default are these corporates. Small farmers and small medium cottage industries, they've got the maximum repayment rate, almost 98%. So that's key to kind of accessing agriculture growth in those areas. Roman, coming to you, you obviously built a very impressive chain of vertical farms in the UAE. What made you believe that the region is ready and kind of ready for this level of ag tech investments?
Thanks, Amit. Back in 2022, when I was considering where to expand my business beyond Eastern Europe, I was looking at all the markets and was trying to find a spot where I could find a relatively cheap electricity and a very dynamic market in the segment where we historically were quite active. Hospitality, restaurants, all this stuff. So Dubai and like UAE and Dubai in particular back then was one and only right choice because Europe electricity price since 2022 were, rise to the hell. In North America, there are their own champions. Africa, not much going on in hospitality. I mean, the CAGR is not so huge. Southeast Asia is interesting, and there are a lot of friends from Southeast Asia currently in the audience, and we do some interesting business with them there too. But for me, like Arab culture was more understandable, so I picked Dubai based on two main trends, right? First, the growth of hospitality sector, double digits over the last 5 years, and I think it will continue going forward. Plus, the readiness of the institutions. I mean, the level of doing business, like index of level doing business in UAE is really high. You face a lot of support from the government when it comes to opening the business, explaining you how to get a license, different acceleration programs, and to the point of Jose, ecosystem here is amazing. I mean, there are a lot of founders who are willing to help, founders who already get to the success, like I know Pew Harvest and many other founders. And moreover, here, national food security is not a buzzword. It's a real agenda, right? Especially after the COVID-19, when the border was closed, supply chain, cold chain was destroyed or damaged. And for the country where you import 90% of the food, is extremely important to finally grow something locally. And for us, we initially decided not to, come and approach all the segments and grow everything for everyone, right? We picked a very specific niche, very high marginal, edible flowers, specialty leaves, and microgreens for the high-end restaurants, with a very simple idea to show and prove that you could build sustainable, financially sustainable unit economics on a vertical farm, and then leveraging this success, expand beyond these niche produce. And so far, I think we're doing a good job. Like, again, cucumbers and some other produce, and this product could really contribute to the national food security agenda, because obviously you can feed the nation with microgreens, right? But you could do the same with other products.
Great. And I think, as we see the emergence of, vertical farming, aquaponics, hydroponics, and some of these technologies making their way, we are definitely looking at a very different future from here on. Coming back to you, Mohammed, simple question. This is a question very dear to my heart because I work on this the entire day as my profession. But what are the barriers to capital investment in climate smart agriculture in the MENA region?
The biggest barrier everywhere, you can say, or simply everyone might know that it's a financing, especially in agriculture. And we have the witness of so many big fishes of controlled environment agriculture or indoor vertical farming, which has shut it down their businesses from last couple of years. This is not just because of that technology is not working or they have some, but there are some things that things are they don't have that much financing to run. The operational cost is high. Always I have seen when you say that we are growing something in Middle East or especially in the Gulf region, even the production cost of the agricultural products like cucumber, tomato, lettuces, edible flowers generation is also growing, which is also a new innovation. But the production cost I have seen, especially in indoor vertical farming, is relatively high. So once we have operational cost is high, when we are going to sell our produce in the market, we are getting less price. So that is the big challenge we are facing in agriculture industry, especially when we are saying that we are going to launch new technology or we are building a new investment in agriculture. Also, we don't have that much finance to operate that farm. So these are the big barriers.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I think I was discussing the same topic on another panel. And I think the answer really is blended finance, where you're looking at multiple stakeholders coming in and pooling their resources. So you've got the sovereign wealth funds at one end, you've got the institutional banks on the other end, and then the mid markets, which is pretty much private equity, venture capital, angel investment. So I think it's blended models of financing. That's the answer. Moving on to a very interesting question, Jose. You and me have both been extensively at food food conferences, agriculture conferences, agri-tech, food science conferences. In a region that we are sitting in that consumes the amount of livestock it does, why aren't we talking about precision livestock farming? I mean, I wonder why.
Well, actually, very good question. This is probably the only conference that I have seen on that topic or touching that topic, right? And it's really interesting because animal protein, it's one of the main, sources of protein, not only here in the world, but especially here when you have these extreme climate conditions and so on. It's where technologies and all these efficiencies are making a big difference. So I think it's answering to your question. So probably uh, this has been managed in a different, track as something very strategic, as an asset that it's actually kind of protected. But now, both companies and even the let's say the institutions, the government, and so on, they are realizing that there are a lot of technologies that can really bring more efficiencies. It can really bring this dimension of making it sustainable, or as sustainable as possible, because again, we are in a region where many things are not going to be entirely sustainable, right? So we have to be aware of that and then address that challenge, with the means and with the resources that we have. So answering to your question, probably for me is, I think we are in the right time. We are in a sort of revolution happening at all levels across the food value chain. So coming out from the pandemic uh, made us all aware of how vulnerable is the food system, and then how important, how critical it is. I always say that the food business is everyone's business, right? So, and there is a lot of dimensions to that statement. But well, I think we will see increasingly more, verticalized or more specialized events and content that will be bringing more talent on the different topics. And yeah, I think this is a trend that just started, right? So, and if you think about all the areas that are involved in that, like animal feed, cattle feed, diseases, we were talking about animal health and so on. Um, so it's really endless. So, and this is also an opportunity for the ecosystem to thrive and to build new diversions to it.
Absolutely spot on. And I think, like the previous panel was talking about cellular agriculture being on the borderlines of technology and innovation and adoption. I think it's going to drive 5-10 years from now. You're going to see that mainstream in the way it kind of picks up, especially in regions like this. Moving on to you, Varmate, I think um, partnerships are pretty much pivotal for Africa to be able to both source capital and technology. So, what, in your opinion, the role that regional partnerships will play, both in accessing financing and accessing technology transfer, to be able to make African farmers and African agriculture more competitive globally?
Thank you, Amit. Again, I think I'll also just pull back to existing structures, especially in Africa, that helps leverage this kind of partnership. When we talk about MENA anyway, the NA in MENA is actually North Africa, but of course they're also part of the structures, for instance, in the AFCFTA, that is pushing a lot of all of this to be drive common architecture for financing and also for food security. So between MENA and the rest of Africa, that can happen, especially leveraging on the AFCFTA. and the offshoots of other institutions around the AFCFT, for instance, Afrexim Bank and the AFDB, that help in creating this ecosystem. So functionally, the MENA can actually work with the rest of Africa in enabling this to happen. I, also outlining efforts by small and private organizations, institutions, and also keying into the issues of blended financing to ensure that that happens. So it is very, it's workable. It's in progress. You have lots of partnerships already in the private sector that is helping to key into the vision of the AFCFTA and driving this to happen in the shortest possible time.
Fantastic. I think the great answer. Um, looking at the future, Roman, I mean, obviously you've got experience in investment banking on the capital side, and now, considerable experience in ag tech. What do you think in the next 5 to 10 years, the areas that are going to be the biggest growth opportunities for all classes of investors, not just limited to the large institutions or the large sovereign wealth funds, but even smaller investors, in your opinion? What are going to be the growth areas?
Well, this is a great question, and I'm obviously thinking about it a lot. We want to expand beyond just farming, right? And considering the rapid development of artificial intelligence, I think we may see a lot of momentum in segments like biotech and development of mushrooms, one of my favorite topics. Data, everything around data, and think modules that could smartly help distribute the produce and aggregate the volumes from the farmers, like Ninja Cart in India and projects like that. These segments, in my view, will drive the value in upcoming years. Again, leveraging the new technology and approaches. By the way, one more thing that I'm currently exploring is about HVAC, like heat ventilation and air conditioning systems. Like from practical example, at the farm, like in one growing module, we could have like 100,000 different plants. Can you imagine, like 100,000 little babies, and agronomists are taking care of them on a daily basis. So these plants, they are live, right? And sometimes the development of these plants deviate from the technology maps, right? They could drink more, exhaust more oxygen and stuff like that. Obviously, this creates some dynamics in the ventilation model, right? So you may require more volume to work on and stuff like that. So it was very challenging to calculate the right parameters and make sure that the climate you prepare in the room is up to the mark. With mushrooms, this situation is even worse. It's even more challenging. So what we currently do, we run lots of modules and exploring edge cases to make sure that, let's say, if we shift the assortment in the growing area, our climate will manage the new assortment inside the growing area. So I do believe that in climate management, we'll see new solutions as well, more energy efficient and more smart.
In my opinion, I think the two areas that we have to look at, which is going to be pivotal, number one is the carbon economy. I mean, that's coming up big, both in terms of carbon sequestration, carbon exchanges, and carbon tax. That's going to be absolutely mainstream, driving wealth. Number two, like we talk about data centers in the UAE mining data, I think there is an appetite, in the growing appetite in the world, to mine gene data from most crops and livestock. That's going to be pivotal to producing agriculture in the way that technology is kind of headed. Coming back to you, Mohammed, and building on the same question, where do you think in the UAE the governments and institutions can play a role in driving private capital to agri-tech?
I would say that I'm really proud that we are in UAE because the agriculture system in UAE is really fantastic. I used to work with Abu Dhabi Farmer Services Center. What they were doing, they were facilitating the farmer from seed sowing, farm building till harvest, and after that, they take that produce and marketing also has been done from Abu Dhabi Farmer Services Center. So all other countries they should learn from that. That UAE government is working on food security, food sustainability. Right now, EDAPSA is also working on that sustainable project. Silal is there. So if these kind of organization, I would say in other countries also they are working. So the local farmers or the small farmers, they should have the prosperity for that. And the public-private funding is always top priority in agriculture sector. So government here in UAE government, especially I would say in Dubai, Sharjah, Abu Dhabi, they are playing a very important role to support the farmers for the prosperity of the farmers. They are giving subsidized seeds, subsidized fertilizer to prosper the
Great. Jose, coming to you and just quickly, briefly, can you, in your opinion, list technologies that are really, really working to be able to achieve food security? Not something that promises to, but in the current context, what, in your opinion, are the technologies that are really, really working towards food security in the region?
Wow, this is look, many in the previous panel, many of our colleagues were talking about different technologies that are already making a big impact, right? For example, the drones, right? Computer vision, right? So you can now spray just the plants that has specific needs, as an example. In the precision livestock farming, you have similarly many different elements that can from diagnose to really bring some sort of treatments, right? And more importantly, we are seeing technologies that are enabling the upcycle of different waste streams. And I will stop here for a minute in one project that I am mentoring right now, two veterinarians that are researchers in a European university in Lisbon. So they are professors, right? But they decided to go through this program of the European Union with public funding as well as private, so PPP model. And what they are doing is, as an example, just extracting the ruminal fluids and isolating some bioactive compounds out of it. So they are treating a waste stream so that otherwise it would be wasted. And then from that bioactive compounds, they can formulate ingredients that are really solving some problems for the cattle farming, right? So the let's say the iterations that we will see are endless. Um, Probably the challenge, as you mentioned, is market readiness. And again, I have zero doubt that we will see 5, 10 years down the road a completely different food system. Zero doubt. Now, the problem is some regions, some geographies, some countries will go way faster than others. But now, with implementation, for example, of AI, the other day I was also discussing with a researcher that is working in a big food corporation. He was telling me, Jose, we are right now implementing AI tools across the whole value chain, right? You cannot imagine. And I say, I imagine because I am one of the investors in this one or in this other one. So really, it's the market readiness for me, it's a bit overvalued. We need to give them the chance. We need to really embrace that innovation. And one of the audience was also before, it's totally right. He was mentioning, look, the farmers, we have a lot of challenges ourselves to pay the bills, to grow this, to fight with the climate or whatever. So we cannot be trained on everything, right? Of course you cannot, but that's why the ecosystem has to play their role, right? So you have to have, for example, services that are delivered by third parties, but that really takes care of this and train them to certain extent to be able to implement those technologies. So another example you were mentioning with the support that Abu Dhabi government is giving to more than 25,000 farmers only in Abu Dhabi. Can you imagine? So, and many of these farmers, they know as a fact that they are not going to be commercially viable because we are in an environment where food security and food sovereignty is the main driver. So it doesn't mean that you need to export these foods, but at least you cover some of them from the pool of local needs. You cover some of them, right? And Roman is in a different context, which is a different opportunity as well. So he's bringing added value products that are grown locally, but these added value products can be also explored in other dimensions. For example, some bioactive compounds, some other, nutritional elements that maybe are not a reality today. They are not at the scale today, but later on could be processed. So I think one of the responsibilities for the ones that are in that space is really to try to envision, to embrace that and not to put limits because it's not market ready, right? So it's more to, educate and nurture the whole society also to support on that mission.
No, no, absolutely. And I think on the question of support and subsidy, I do believe from a purely economics perspective that much can't, country or a sector can't purely be run on subsidy. It's got to be converting from a subsidized ecosystem to a financially sustainable ecosystem. Otherwise, it doesn't have much future. Now, talking about market readiness, my next question is to both of you, starting with Mamate and then to Roman in different contexts. Obviously, Mamate in context of Africa and Roman in context of the UAE. From your experiences, Mamate, what are the main factors that make agtech businesses in Africa sustainable? And I'm not talking about climate, I'm talking about financially viable and sustainable.
Thank you again, Amit. Two things. Again, first, we understand that Africa is very slow with technology diffusion and adoption. And that also has kept them at the back end of operations when it comes to sustainability and viability. And so the idea is to basically charge on those key areas to ensure that businesses become very ready, especially export readiness. But before export readiness, they must be viable entities in themselves first. So that is the key approach to what basically is happening in Africa. And then the areas that are affected mostly or that are actually building on all of this essentially is much of East Africa and a lot of West African nations that are actually doing a lot of this. And again, what we are also basically pushing is to ensure that as Africans, we succeed in empowering, especially our institutions that are driving efforts at market readiness for small businesses, sustainability for the entire ecosystem. And that's why for us, supporting the initiatives of the AFCFT is very key. Supporting the initiatives of Afrexim Bank and the AFDB are very important to us as Africans. And so to deal with market readiness essentially is ensure that these businesses pivot into agribusinesses, adopt technology. But again, we must ensure going forward, what percentage of these businesses do we think we can grow in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? That is a milestone and a framework that we are working on to ensure that businesses are both sustainable in themselves, they are market ready, and they can access finance for export and be export ready as well.
Superb. Taking the same question, Roman, with you in the Middle East context.
Great. I would try to answer this through a case study. To Jose's point, let's say these 25,000 Abu Dhabi's farmers, right? They are doing an important job that financially it couldn't be always sustainable, right? And at Greeneration, what we recently started doing, we are conducting the farms approaching them with the idea to manage their facilities. So we basically rent it and using our data to know what we should grow there and to whom we should sell it, right? Like with the cucumbers or with another vertical farm, which initially started growing red daikon, just a microgreen, which was, this microgreen grows 2 days. So if you build a financial model based on that you grow and sell one SKU, it's like a printer for money. But reality is absolutely different. You can't just grow this one type of microgreen. You should grow a portfolio. So if we talk about these 25,000 farmers, if you have a data and you know what to grow, you could approach them and start growing there, like rent this place, start grow there crops that you could finally sell. It sounds very simple, but in reality, it's very challenging, right? Because market is very dynamic. Let's say in hospitality, one day chefs need these crops, another day they don't. With wedges, situation is more stable, but still challenge is there. So I think whenever you really, really understand what you grow and for whom, you could reach the financial stability. And that makes sense other things like unit economy, delivery, and obviously environmental narrative supports your business case, right? But at first, you really need to understand what you grow and for whom. And I think technology could help here. And next couple of years, I think we'll see more and more projects that start, leveraging the data, try to aggregate existing infrastructure, which really requires some capex, but beyond capex, it also requires a smarter management.
No, great. So the team, how are we doing on time? Are we out of time or do we still have time? Shweta? We still have time? Super. Okay. So if it's 5 minutes, I'd like to kind of ask a personal question to each of you, starting with Roman and then kind of the chain goes back to me. For mid-market finances, especially for, let's say, venture capitalists that are working under a closed-ended fund structure, and you being from finance, Roman, you understand this, that the pressure on divestiture is very, very high because you've got limited time to make money. And for high net worth individuals investing in a personal capacity who might not have a long distance vision on blocking their capital, how do they finance such models and still make money out of it? I mean, this is taking away the sovereign wealth funds, the institutions, and the large format government organizations that have a very, very long-term vision. Now, all of us are not in the same boat or don't have that kind of capital. So how do we make money?
Very simple, just invest in real estate. Yeah, what I'm trying to say, whenever, let's say here in Dubai, you have opportunities that could generate you 25 ROI, you will just sit on the sofa, right, and waiting when another skyscraper will reach the destination. Having this in mind is very hard to pitch. And I was there, like I was doing hundreds of pitches to the just high net worth individuals who is interesting to get a financial exposure, right? To get some money and that's it. So if you are a professional investor into the agriculture or biotech or food produce, you should understand that the dynamics here is different. You can't see 25x on the revenues, especially in the market like it's not the United States, right? So we're not talking about enormous multiples that you could see in AI or something. That's why the appetite should be lower, right? And this knowledge comes with an expertise. If you never ever invested in these projects and invested only in the real estate, then you probably will be disappointed with the potential returns. But if you have a passion and a vision and you really understand why you do this, why it's matter to you, then returns comes on the second place, right? And this is, first of all, this is a journey. Whenever you work with the organic world, like it started for me for money, but ended as a journey. And I think this is important to keep in mind. But for VC and high net worth individuals, there are still segments that could generate enormous returns in partnership with the government institutions. Here in the country, I think one of the biggest opportunities, as you said, data centers and genetic banks could be a massive success story. And another one, which I didn't mention, but keeping in mind, seeds breeding. Because we are working with, I guess, more than 300 different seed suppliers. Obviously, we have like a short list, like 10 to 15 companies, where we take most of them. But even with these companies, we're still facing issues with germination rates, poor batches, I know, storage issues and stuff like that. So I think this is another opportunity where the lifespan of the investment obviously long, but on the market you could find projects that are trying to get to the point for the last 2 or 3 years. So you could jump into the train and see the potential returns in, say, a few years. And returns could be excess.
Great. Vermate, same question, your opinion.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'd also like to create this bit of context. Africa is 54, 55 nations of one, and trying to harmonize structures within such a large population of people and different countries, different policies, different laws is a very, very tedious task. And so that also is part of the challenge in trying to create the structures that help businesses even within the environment. And so finance also becomes that kind of problem. Now, going forward, what Africa is working on, by our knowledge and through the AFCFTA, is to ensure, for instance, that structures are collapsed basically under one institution. And then financing can flow quite easily. Now, again, under the AFCFTA, you have policies and structures to help small businesses under Afrexim Bank, for instance, structuring the finance in such a way that it creates that harmonized platform for all businesses to be able to access. But how do businesses actually basically make profit, for instance, like you're asking? How do funders, private sector funding, actually flow through and into the system? Do they expect to make money over time under the kind of structures that are available within the continent? Yes. And a lot of businesses are actually doing that. And so, again, I'll flow back down to what we're doing at Ubuntu Susu. It is essentially structured for long-term financing for small businesses, which is one huge challenge for businesses in that area. And not looking at profit sharing because it's a crowd-funded arrangement where, for instance, we're looking at $1.4 billion flowing through the businesses themselves into a pool. And so it's not about profit in the short term, but more or less profit in the long term. That way, businesses can basically access finance, do business, become resilient, become fully structured under the policies within Africa and make money in the long term.
Jose, your opinion on the same question.
Very good. So yeah, very good question. I think, see, the agri-food business, it's profitable. So coming back to Roman's question, if you talk about the UAE, the answer is invest, but not in farming. Invest in the adjacencies, right? So you can make some money around, because the farming is solving a challenge that is actually very strategical, right? Which is the food production. Now, there are huge operations in private equity, for example, investing in super intensive olive trees. I'm talking about 10,000, 20,000 hectares, and they are massively profitable, right? So then they are even more profitable when you integrate different technologies and services, like the monitoring platforms, all the software, and so on. So all the, let's say, precision irrigation, precision agriculture technologies, when you even build infrastructure, then it's backed, asset backed. It becomes an asset backed project. So there are multiple ways of looking at it, and it's differing in each region. So these are probably the challenges. But then there are two angles to look at it. So one is value creation, and the other one is returns. So there could be a massive value creation, and in fact, there is a massive value creation if you think about in-country value, employment, and so on and so forth. And then the returns is a decent return. So Harvard professor told me always make a decent profit decently, right? So that's probably the agriculture.
That's all the time we've got left. I've been told by my moderator. And yeah, any questions the audiences have, we'd love to take it.
As we can see, Jose got the memo about the blue jacket and the black shirt today.
Good morning. My name is Alex from BioAqua Garden. I have a question for Mr. Roman. When you started in UAE, apart from pitching 100 times, how did you get to establish the operations here? Where did you get the capital? What is the best way for new startups to hopefully they establish themselves in UAE or MENA region? Thank you.
This is a great question, and I love to talk about it, but I will try to make it short. First, bring capital from abroad, especially if you do vertical farming. Government entities and like local investors already invest all their monies into the vertical farms, and most of them failed like years ago. So nobody will get you any new money. Secondly, it's very easy to do like the incorporation. This process is seamless. It's very important just to bring the capital abroad and set up a proper relationship with your investors. I think plenty of people are helping doing this in this market, but I don't know where you're from. I did raise monies in your home country, supported with the local data, right? Like the market here is enormous. Everything is growing. Neighbors like Saudi Arabia, Oman, and other countries look great as well. So there are a lot of potential in the market, right? And the local capital regional capital will follow your first steps, like it happens with us, right? We brought 20 million dirhams in capital to set up the farm, start the brand building, story building is very important. And after that, we started to receive some interest from local reputable firms and companies. And at the end of the day, I think if you want to be successful in this country, you should form an alliance with the right local partner. But do it later. I mean, if you're able to go yourself and prove the market that you are successful, sustainable, at the end of the day, you will get a better deal for yourself.
Brilliant. Thanks, Roman. Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, we are tight on time. So, Amit, thanks so much for a great panel. And not only are you a Kiwi, but you're also an alumni of mine from Victoria University in Wellington. So congratulations. Just a 35-year gap between when we graduated. So thank everybody. Thank the crew here. And we get some photos here. Get a couple of photos, a lot of talent up here, and a lot of discussion can take place after this, I'm sure. We're going to have another panel. So down the front here, gentlemen. Thank you. I'll jump in on this one. Okay, well done, Noma. And the next panel. Let me get my glasses back on. So just before we have the next panel, we are going to have a presentation. This is technical session on panel discussion, urban agriculture, not alcohol. Sifa Archan, Ag Tech Media Group is going to be the moderator, but you're doing a presentation, yeah? Sifa, so wherever, yeah, come on up. You're going to do a short presentation. Is that correct? Who? Mehul. Oh, he is too. Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks. Yeah, here we go. Sifa, no, you've got to come up. Okay, just putting you on the spot. Okay, so Mehul Mira, Vice President, Supply Chain, Fresh on Table. He's going to do a short presentation, or she? It's a he. Good job. Short presentation from yourself. That is going to be followed by a short presentation from Dr. Mandar Goj, the Chairman of Grain International. So 2 presentations. Then we're going to get the panel of 5 together up here for a short panel as well. So don't hesitate to graze food in and out and keep yourself fueled up. Okay, over to you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about farm to fork food safety. So in this presentation, we will demonstrate how Fresh on Table is pioneering the farm to fork journey by harnessing cutting-edge technology and blockchain innovation through its integrated digital platform. Something about Fresh on Table. We founded in 2019. We act like a catalyst, connecting the local farms to our Horeca partners. Our business model is zero inventory, harvest on demand, B2B agri-tech platform. The whole idea is to connect the local farms to our Horeca partners. Now we have 300 plus enterprise panel in our portfolio. That means we are doing 300 deliveries a day of fresh produce in different categories, which is related to fresh fruits and vegetables, seafood, poultry, dairy, honey, mushrooms, you name it. So create a complete basket. And we have 200 plus farm partners scattered all over UAE in our portfolio. As on date, we have achieved 2.7 million kg of carbon emission savings by procuring it locally for our Horeca clients. Now, our core value for Fresh on Table is innovation, scalability, and commitment to sustainability in food systems. How do we ensure farm to fork food safety? Definitely not through traditional methods, because those are inadequate in the current challenging times. So what do we do and how do we achieve it? We achieve it through a seamless order platform that we have created, which records the entire journey of the whole process. Now, when the client places an order, it's integrated with their software. Our technology such it can be integrated, and we have been very successful in integrating our software with a purchasing software of hotel partners using Birch Street. Now this helps in making a process whole seamless, where whatever the chefs require, the requisition is made, and it's automatically created in our system. From there, the team receives the order and it goes through a bulk automation process. Once the LPO is placed, immediately it goes to a seller panel for our farm partners. Now this dashboard, which we have created for our farm partners, is very essential, because here they are able to validate the orders. So they have 3 options: accept, reject, and modify. Whatever they do, we know that we will get the notification, but in case they are going to reject or modify, that data will help them at the end of the month. Because when they go and sit and look at the value of the business that they have lost or they could not fulfill, they can evaluate and see where the gaps are, and they can talk to their growers that why were we not able to achieve these numbers. And the most important part here is the real demand that we're talking about, because that was a real order placed by a Horeca client. These are not forecasted demand. So we are not talking about anything related to bulk ordering or just forecasted quantities. So no wastage, nothing. It's a pure order to order based, which was not fulfilled, and a real demand. So let's say if the farm has accepted the order, they harvest it and then deliver to our hub in Dubai. It again goes through a LPO automation process where the receiver is going to give a rating to each and every delivery. This could be based on the vehicle cleanliness, the driver's hygiene, and various other parameters. And this goes into the system. But that does not mean that the stock is in. It goes through another process where the quality control team comes in and do a random checking. Once that is done, they also have the option to give the rating to the supplier. Now, these ratings, why is it important? These ratings are important because it goes into the data system. And this data system then, with the algorithm, finds the best fit farm for a particular client. So it's a complete AI model that we are talking about. Let's say the quality has been passed, it goes to a warehouse, proper dispatch, and we take care of the last mile where the orders are delivered. Now, this entire chain, whatever I've spoken about, is completely recorded in our system. Something about the enterprise panel here. Now, the enterprise panel that we have created for our clients is not a product portfolio, that they will be maintaining it. It's something related to the SDG dashboards and SDG targets that we have created for them, and a kind of a gamification. So to make sure that sustainability goals are engaging, we reward our Horeca partners with badges and milestones when they set their targets and they're able to achieve them. For example, if a client says that I want to improve my score, how do I do that? Probably he's not procuring a lettuce from a vertical farm. So by procuring a lettuce from a vertical farm, they are able to contribute by achieving SDG number 6, which is clean water and sanitation. And it helps in saving 95% of the water compared to the traditional farming. Now, how do we track and trace? A very seamless process has been created. The seamless process is the moment a tax invoice is generated in our system, immediately a notification with a track now link goes to our clients. Now, it could be a chef, it could be a procurement team. When they click on that link, they will see the entire journey. What time the order was placed, what time it was delivered at our hub, it was prepared, and what time it was delivered to them. Besides this, if you see here, you will have the carbon miles and carbon emissions, which is being shown, wherein if this order particularly would not have been procured locally, and if they would have procured it from some European country or from America or from any other part of the world, they would have spent certain amount of carbon miles and carbon emissions. Now, by procuring it locally, this ensures that they're able to save those carbon miles and carbon emission. And then again, these are displayed in their annual reports. Big hotel chains are able to list it in NASDAQ or any public forum that they the reporting goes to. So the complete track and trace system has been created where you have each and every record of the batch IDs, the product journey, everything, right from the farm, from the time it was harvested to the time it was delivered. Now, IoT sensors, these are very critical, and we term it as the eyes and ears of safety. All our vehicles, again, cold chain is very important. So all our vehicles, and not even vehicle, even the cold rooms, whether we have vertical chillers or we have cold rooms, all have IoT sensors. This gives us a real-time data, and it gives us a guarantee that your food is safe. Whatever is being harvested is being delivered to us within few hours, stored in a proper cold chain system, and then delivered to the client by maintaining the cold chain. Now, what exactly we are doing here for farm to fork food safety approach? As I've shown, farm level safety and traceability, minimizing handling and transportation, which is our JIT model, that is just in time inventory model, a transparent supply chain, circular and sustainable practice, zero waste operations. Now, here I'd like to give two examples. One is related to coffee grounds, which we collect from our Horeca partners, and then it is passed on to our farm partners. Now, coffee grounds are considered as a good compost for the soil. So whatever leafy greens that they grow is again harvested and sold to the same client. So in a way, we are completing the loop. And the second example is the perfectly imperfect produce. We name it this way because, let's say, if you have a cucumber, but it's not in shape, carrots, which are not in good shape, or strawberries, they're joint, they're just not triangular. They have two strawberries joined together. But does that mean that it does not have a nutritional value? It does not have the taste? It does. So what does a farm do? They have no other option but to just dump it. So we tell them, don't dump it, give it to us. We will give you the marketing exposure, and we have partnered with Zayed Higher Organization, who supports a cause of people of determination, where the PODs are able to take these fruits and vegetables which are not in good shape and convert them into freeze drying. Sorry for that. So in a way, we are here able to control the waste and creating a zero waste policy in our system. So Fresh on Table's farm to fork model guarantees food safety, freshness, and nutritional integrity with full accountability at every step. Thank you, guys. Everybody's so quick. It's because everybody wants fun, correct? Okay, this won't take long. We can have one more presentation. It's only going to take a few minutes. And this is Dr. Menda. Here he is. Go hold him for the upfront question.
Great. All right. Very good afternoon, everyone. Won't be holding you guys from lunch for a long time. But before, let me have a quick check. How many of you actually talk to your plants at home? Perfect. Those who don't, I hope you get motivated today after this talk to go back and talk to your plants, right? So what I'm going to be focusing now is past 2 days, yesterday and today. We have been looking at a lot of innovative concepts coming in as far as One Health is concerned, as far as farm biosecurity is concerned, as far as control environment agriculture practices are concerned, or to an extent, soil technology is concerned, right? So let me deep dive into what these aspects are and how we can actually capitalize being in UAE.
We all know there are so many diverse players for One Health concept. But if you're looking at One Health has always been a pyramid, a triangle, where you're looking at human health, environment health, and animal health. Plant science or plant health has always been part of environmental health, right? But if you take out plant health, which becomes a pyramid, then at the center of this pyramid, what you're looking at is food systems at the core. For us, being in the agriculture industry, I think there is more value to understand and make the food system sustainable so that we can actually get to our One Health and biosecurity as well. Well, while we are looking at One Health, and there is a lot of overlap that happens with the Sustainable Development Goals, which I'm not going to be boring you with. All of you know that. But what is interesting is that we need to look at the topology for the agri-food systems. Across the globe, the FAO map actually shows how fragmented the agri-food systems topology is across the globe. Yeah. All the way from protracted crisis to where regions where there's no data available. But with this topology, what we need to understand is the system actors. All the way from the input supplies, where you're looking at seed supply, or where you're looking at fertilizers, nutrients coming in, to the consumer, we all, right? There are multiple actors in place. Now, to couple with these multiple actors, we are also looking at government regulations, we are looking at social organizations and financial institutions where the fundings come from. But while we are looking at these actors, there are critical gaps in the system. And these gaps are more related to the sustainability of technology, to the waste that the agriculture industry is being generating, and the biggest gap you're looking at is the nutritional security. For past 2 days, we have always been looking at food security. I think there is a time now that we need to look at nutritional security more than food security. Yeah. And why do I say that? Well, if you're looking at future food resilience, we're looking at a triple helix system. Now, what is the mission? The mission is the agri-food systems at the global level. This is a macro framework that we're looking at. But with the macro framework, the catalyst for the reinvention of the technologies that will help us move forward is the ag tech industry coming in. And with the mission and the means, our outcome is going to be the global farms, which are the center of agri-food systems now, right? And that's the focus that needs to be for One Health as well as for biosecurity. Now, why biosecurity? If you're looking at the outcome, which is the farms, you're looking at three verticals which are actually impacting the farms across the globe. One is your climate change. Second is your agronomic practices at a micro level. And the third one is the other anthropogenic activities as well. Now, if you go deep dive into the agronomic practices, you've got so many factors that actually impact your soil health, your plant health, and eventually your One Health aspects as well. Why I am bringing this into the One Health aspect is, you know, when we eat the plants, any leafy vegetable, there has been a research paper that has actually shown that the microRNAs from the plants are found in the human system even after the food has been digested. So now the evidence shows that the plant microRNAs can actually pass through our gut and not get digested, or the acids do not have any effect on those microRNAs. And what are these microRNAs going to do in human system? No answers yet, right? So moving forward, if you're looking at One Health, I think there is an urgent need to look at one biosecurity. Why one biosecurity? Because if you're looking at the pyramid of plant health, animal health, and human health, coupled with the environmental health, center of this pyramid is the pathogens. So to achieve your One Health, we need to be looking at one biosecurity for the global farms. Yeah. Human health, animal health, massive fundings being available. Where the gap is right now is the plant health and the environmental. And where we are coming from is for the plant health. So what we are looking at is a futuristic fix for food systems. And that is One Health driven farms. Okay? In this slide, you might see that controlled environment agriculture is one of the concepts that is transforming agtech. When I'm saying controlled environment agriculture, I'm not at all referring to indoor vertical farms alone. We are looking at protected cropping systems. We're looking at greenhouses. We are looking at traditional farms. We are looking at polyhouses, and we are looking over and above indoor vertical farms. To move forward, I would like to ask a question. When did the traditional farming actually went into commercialization phase? Massive commercialization started happening. Anyone? Absolutely correct. High-yielding genotypes, right? But before the high-yielding genotypes came in, some technology was adopted. That technology was your tractors came in, your harvesters came in. Mechanization started happening in traditional farming. That's how the traditional farming got uplifted, right? We need to look at control environment agriculture, especially the indoor vertical farms, as an vertical to support traditional farming and not as a competition for traditional. Being in GCC, being in UAE, we have to look at a hybrid model where CEAs not only support the leafy greens and specialty crops, but we need to look at CEA being used as a transformative agent or vertical to move traditional farming. Yeah. So to understand that, how to make that, let's look at some of the dimensions. When you're looking at traditional farming, what are the dimensions that you're looking at for traditional farming? Sun, which is the light, water, and your environment, which could be the wind as well, right? Now, with these three dimensions in the traditional farming, you put your plants, you put your crops. And these crops, they need day and night times. They are seasonal. So with these three dimensions, you're adding a fourth dimension, which is the time, which is basically required for growing these crops. Now in CA system, what you're doing is basically taking these four dimensions and putting them into a physical place, which becomes your fifth dimension. Now this five-dimensional ecosystem is the most powerful system that we have as of today to move agriculture forward. Okay? Now that's where it gives you a power to move towards nutritional security more than food security. Why? Because now you've got the power to manipulate the plant, modulate the plants to the consumer's benefit. And how can we do that? Well, for that, what is the need of the time is that we need to look at crop expansion. We need to look at new trait introduction. We need to look at non-traditional crop innovation happening for the upliftment of traditional farms. Okay? And that's where innovation is needed. We had wonderful panel discussions today talking about cellular agriculture, talking about seed innovation, right? That is the core that we need to look at. But before we move to that core, like Mr. Mayola actually presented fresh on table, what are the 3 E targets that are needed for a product to come in? You need excellent quality produce, may it be leafy vegetables, may it be fruit vegetables, may it be pulses as well. You need an economic competitiveness for that. And most importantly, you need environmental friendly. With these 3 E's, can we actually put up farming as a service in this region? Okay. So for that, we need to first understand what is a product. A product is a plant. You can be a logistics supply chain. You can be a farmer. You can be a researcher. Your product is a plant. And to understand this plant, we think that we know plants, but trust me, there's a whole lot of gaps in understanding what plants can do and what we can do with plants. So to move things forward, I'm just going to give you a perspective of what is being done so far as plants is concerned. How many of you have seen the blue rice? Excellent. Now this blue rice is called as forbidden rice. Why forbidden? Because in olden days, only the king's families used to have access to this blue rice because it was highly nutritious. It has got 9 grams of protein content per 100 gram of rice. That is way higher than even the brown rice. And what we are doing is we are actually taking this blue rice genotypes into the Bruneian rice industry and helping them with speed breeding for developing new varieties. In the earlier panel, there was a discussion about looking at seeds. Now, seeds for protected cropping, especially when you're looking at harsh desert climates, the limitations that are around seed and saplings, I think along with soil, the next vertical that needs to go hand in hand is the seeds across different crops. And that would actually ensure not only your one health, but your one biosecurity across the global farms. Won't go too much into depth of it, but what we can actually produce over here is, in GCC, you can have plants or leafy vegetables or any crops for that matter with higher protein content. You can have accelerated yields. You can actually have enhanced nutritional density. And not only that, if you're looking at the therapeutical angle coming in, suppose we are looking at hospital chains, we could even have crops that have got less potassium, less sodium, which can actually go into the hospital kitchens as a therapeutic treatment. Yeah. So different ways that you can modulate. Not only that, you have now the capacity and capability to modulate any seeds from across the globe to fit into the desert climatic conditions where you can grow your seedlings very fine at 36 to 42 degrees Celsius. So what is needed is tailor-made traits to go to market efficient crops. We've all been talking about farm to fork, but there is more to the farmers. You're looking at farm to fodder, looking at farm to pharmacy, farm to closet, farm to face. And plant biodiversity is a huge vertical where these different plant species can be coming into traditional farming practices to take the farming industry in a huge way. I'll quote one example over here. What we are looking at is how a blend of hybrid systems can help you transform species like the agarwood. The problem statement, all of you know what agarwood is? Yeah, the oud that you get, right? Now this plant takes around 10 to 12 years to grow, to set to maturity. The pain point is seed germination and the establishment of the saplings as well. So what we have done with the help of control environment agriculture practices as well as tissue culture, integrating the different platforms that are available, we have actually managed to enhance germination rate up to 60%. We've got in vitro culture seedlings coming in, which are highly productive, potent inoculation formulations and new crop introductions as well. This was a multi-country project that was implemented. But moving forward, what if I tell you that there is no need for growing the agarwood if you're looking at the secondary metabolites only? Because right now, if you want to harvest, let's take an example of medicinal plants. Medicinal plants are subjected to climate changes, environmental impact, soil degradation, so many other factors. And it actually impacts the batch to batch variation for these medicinal plants to be going into the processing industry. What if we take out the value chain of actually growing these medicinal plants from the equation. So that's where we come from. That we are looking at molecular farming as the next step for GCC. Why? There is no limitation on space, and there is no limitation on technological enhancement that can be done in GCC or UAE for that matter. If farming space is a limitation, we can actually take this crop indoors where we can go down to the cellular level for the meristematic cells or the stem cells of the plants based on the species that is grown. We have established an AI augmented platform where we can actually modulate the secondary metabolites to the required amount. When I'm saying this, when you're looking at traditional medicines, you're looking at 5 to 6% of the extract efficiency coming out of these medicinal plants. With this platform, we are looking at 4 to 5 times higher yield and in the most purest form as well. Now, when we do this, we are also reducing the time required. In case of agarwood, you don't need to wait for 10 years or 12 years to extract the metabolites from the plant or the leaves. We can do this within 2 years. So now you're looking at an accelerated process where you're going to be able to achieve much higher yields of the secondary metabolites that you would need to take the molecular farming ahead. And this can be done across crops and across geographical locations. Let's look at the biological activity. When you're looking at biological activity, if you see this smaller inner circle, this is what you get with the traditional farming practices. And with the AI platform, you're almost looking at around 25 score coming for the extracted metabolites here. So that's where we look at the next generation botanicals that can be looked at as a promising industry for UAE, where you can be looking at senolytic and teleoprotective active ingredients. When I'm looking at senolytic, what does it actually mean? Senolytic is basically slowing down the growth of the senescent cells. Teleoprotective is basically protecting the telomere of the chromosome. Now, what happens because of this? You're actually slowing down the whole aging process for human beings. And that's where One Health comes in. We've looked at different crops across value chains, including quinoa. What we have is a one biosecurity platform. This is actually made freely available for farmers in Singapore, where we're providing this as a service. We have a diagnostic platforms for localized pest diseases and pathogens as well, all the way from nursery diagnostic to vegetative diagnostic and post-harvest as well. We are looking at viroids, bacteria, viruses, fungi, nematodes, phytoplasma, insects, different verticals. So this is the database that we have made freely available for the local farmers there. And we hope to do something similar in UAE as well, so that the farmers can start capitalizing on the capabilities that we can actually make it available. All of us know that plants affect all our 5 senses, right? So based on that, we have actually made a nutritional augmentation database where you can be growing crops which can be targeted towards adaptogens and nootropics. A whole range of things that plants can actually manipulate. So what we are trying to do over here is we are trying to get a new angle. Along with food security, I think there is a very immediate need to be looking at nutritional security and human health, which actually gives a very strong platform to secure our One Health activities around the globe. This is a real-time, real case study that we have actually put up, implemented, where we have actually nutritionally augmented crops like kale, mizuna, rainbow chard, tatsoi, red lettuce, with the nutritional properties of selenium, gotu kola, ginkgo biloba, ginseng, and moringa. So the nutritional profiles of these high-value functional plants has been transferred into your daily crops, daily leafy vegetables as well. So those nutritional augmentation, again, these are all non-GMO methods where you don't need to worry about where the seed is coming from, which part of the world you're growing the crops from, but these are highly replicable and scalable nutritional augmentation methods. So what is needed is capacity and capability building at the local ecosystem. Yeah. And when I say that, we should be actually focusing on bringing the global technologies to fit into the local ecosystem. And that is what the theme has been, as always, for the past 2 days. I think I'll stop over here. If there are any questions, free to take them up. Okay.
We're just fixing a small issue. Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our discussion on urban agriculture and One Health. My name is Sepper Ashard. I'm the co-founder and COO of Agtech Media Group. We are a US-based media company covering the latest developments in the world of agriculture. And we provide data, information, and research as well for companies. Urban farming is a very interesting trend. As we all know, the urban population is growing throughout the world. Cities are also rethinking how to produce food and how to produce food closer to the end user, not just in terms of supply, but also in terms of safety, resilience, and also health. So as the previous presentation was mentioning, the One Health concept reminds us that the well-being of humans, animals, and our environments are also interconnected. So today we'll explore how innovations such as vertical farming, digital traceability, and community food systems are shaping a safer and smarter food future. So in today's panel, joining me are Mehul Mehra, Vice President of Supply Chain for Fresh on Table. Please. We also have Fadi Esbeiti, General Manager at Khalifa University and the AgX facility. We have Dushyant Tyagi, sorry if I'm butchering the names by the way, but CEO at Farmgate Technologies. And then finally, we have Dr. Mandar Ghosh, Chairman, Grain International. Please. So maybe to kick off the panel discussion, let's have a brief intro. I know that several of you have given either panels earlier today or yesterday, and also a presentation. So maybe let's start with Mehul. Can you give a brief presentation of you and your company?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mehul Mehra. I'm the Vice President Supply Chain for Fresh on Table. As I explained in my previous presentation, we are a catalyst where we are connecting local farms to our HoReCa partners. Our business model is very simple, that we provide only UAE local grown products to our HoReCa partners. So in a way, we are contributing to the circular economy and the food security mission of UAE. Thank you.
Hi, nice to talk to you again. So I am Fadi Sbaiti and I'm the General Manager of the AGX facility. under Khalifa University's Food Security Center. We're an indoor farming facility that's focused on validating technologies for indoor growing, vertical farming, etc., along with plant science for developing new varieties for plants that match this region.
Good afternoon. I am Dushyant Kumar Tyagi, CEO of FarmGate Technologies. Basically, I represent an India-based agri group, Fertis India Limited. We work across value chain. We have presence on the input side, right? We are into fertilizer manufacturing, plant production, chemical manufacturing, water management, and technology. FarmGate is the company where we deal with all the issues, all the business with the technology. We have created India's e-national agriculture market for integrating Indian agriculture marketing ecosystem, and this is known to be as world's largest spot trading platform for farmers. And we have around 19 million farmers, and we have recently crossed $52 billion GTV. And right now we have presence across country in 23 states and 4 union territories. We are engaged with this market, creating this market for farmers for last 9 years. So, and we basically our endeavor is to continue to create platforms where all the knowledge, all the data, all the intelligence aggregates one day, and we start interacting with each other in real time.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandar. I'm actually the CEO for Green International and not the chairman. Just a disclaimer here. But having said that, we are the first commercial research organization, CRO, for agriculture in Asia Pacific. We are a plant-centric company. We work across geographical locations like Japan, Philippines, UAE, as well as Africa.
Thank you very much for these presentations. So let's begin with our first segment, how urban agriculture connects to food safety and the One Health framework. So I'm turning to you, Mandar. You've worked on sustainability certifications for urban and indoor farms. So how can the One Health concept be applied in a practical way to urban food systems?
Let's look at One Health from the perspective of operations of these farms. Right? When you're looking at the farming ecosystem, the first thing you're looking at is the PPE at farm level. Right? Let's look at work safety from the human aspect. So you're looking at human health at the center for the global farms. Then you come over to the next vertical, which is actually the environmental health. You're looking at discharge of your fertilizers, nutrients, your waste that has been generated. So you're looking at environmental health over there. Then coming over to the biosecurity, basically the pest, diseases, and pathogen infection that happens. That is actually your animal health and plant health coming over there. So One Health is already integrated as far as farms are concerned. What we need to do is we need to actually look at a platform where you built up the floor, which is basically securing all these principles for the farm, having a matrix to record them, measure them, and then provide a ladder of how these farms can grow beyond that.
Okay. Following up on that, not to be the devil's advocate, but some critics also argue that urban agriculture contributes very little to food security due to growing crops that have a very low caloric profile. So based on your experience in Asia, what is its most realistic role within the broader agricultural landscape?
We have always been looking at control environment agriculture as a way to grow leafy vegetables, right? For the longest time, since after COVID, we have been looking at lettuces. We've been looking at some other leafy vegetables, culinary herbs. But CEA systems have not been evolved to fit in other crops yet. I think there needs to be a technological advancement that needs to be coming in, which needs to be more sustainable, but to fit into the localized ecosystem, because you can't put an endo-vertical to be growing rice and wheat. That's not economical, right? So you need to look at, that's the reason why earlier on when I presented, mentioned this, that CES should be an integral part of traditional farming. Why? Because your seeds, saplings can be part of your CES systems, which then assures you higher productivity when it translates to the actually outdoor farming.
Yeah, I agree totally, and that is also something that we're seeing across the entire industry. That a lot of vertical farms are seeking to integrate within traditional agriculture or greenhouses. Moving to Dushyant, your company works on data-driven platforms. So my question to you is, how can digital tools improve transparency and traceability in urban food chains while staying accessible also to smaller producers?
See, last decade, we basically worked on data access, adoption, and usage. So, for the smallholder farmers or most of the farmers, more than access comes before sophistication. So you really need to keep things very simple. You really need to understand, in a typical, when you create platforms, you basically tend to goes by trade requirements or user requirements, which are basically away from the farms. But whenever you are creating a platform for farmers, you have to understand requirements from their perspective and what basically makes them to use it. If it is simple, if it is in their language. For example, our platform is available in 9 languages. We are scaling it up to now 41 languages. So that's more important. And one more important thing, farmers generally are open to all technologies. They are curious by nature. But if you don't basically deliver a visible benefit, so that sustainability will not be. You will have a higher degree of dropouts in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. And I was talking to a farmer in Texas, and he was exactly telling me this, that farmers look for proof of concept at scale, not just a proof of concept. So I totally agree with what you're saying. Moving on to the next segments, Badi, the AgX plays and wants to play a central role in developing vertical farming and CEA technologies in the UAE and perhaps also in the GCC. So, in your experience, what are the biggest gaps between research and commercialization that still limits the scaling of vertical farming?
That's a great question. But let me start where Mandar finished about the development for CEA to serve leafy greens. So this is a chapter that we have moved beyond. So that's very important to say that, look, the technology needs development, but also needs to be paired by new varieties that would allow the growth of non-leafy greens, which are the fruiting crops and other high-value crops, to be matched with the technology platform. So that's number one. Number two, when it comes to bridging this gap, the region here, it's filled with very shrewd businessmen, good investors. But when it comes to the appetite for R&D, people are hesitant. And as some of the panelists from the previous panel mentioned, they bet big on this industry very early in the 2021, and most of those companies failed. Hence, the level of trust is not there, so you still need to build a trust with them. Hence, this, let's say, novel approach that we're offering, which is for piloting and for proof of concept at the AGX Center, would serve the validation of the venture or the crop or the technology before pushing it for scalability and attracting investors. So we're trying to bridge this gap and renew the trust in this industry, specifically that we believe it's very critical for the food security initiatives. And as Mandar also mentioned earlier, it's very complementary to the standard or traditional farming. It's not substituting them, and it's not supposed to be like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Another question I have for you would be, do you think in general, for if there is any startups that are here that are listening to us online. Do you think vertical farming companies should prioritize technology leadership or cost competitiveness, especially when looking at the GCC?
Look, from being in this industry for the past 6 years, we have abundant technologies. And if there's any startups, these startups are tackling the digitization component, the big engineering challenges, they are being pushed aside. And these are supposed to be also tackled by research centers, but not by startups. So having said this, it's about the viability of the technology and the marrying or coupling with the product that you intend to produce. So more recently, I had a proposal from a German company that has built a platform just to produce one crop, but they do it at a very optimal, let's say, inputs versus outputs. So it's very low in terms of power and the energy for lighting, for HVAC, etc. And it maximizes the production of proteins in those plants. So the marrying of technology and the plant, that's critical for startups. You cannot just bring a solution that's for everything. It doesn't work like this anymore.
Perfect. And it actually brings back to Mandar. With your experience, how important is the plant science component in the broader CEA industry, not just in vertical farming?
Is the backbone of farming industry. May it be CEA, may it be traditional farming. Plant science, understanding plants is the backbone, because what you can do with plants, if you know the biodiversity that is present across the globe. I don't think we are even looking at even 15 to 20% of the plant species that are present across the globe. So there is a huge variability that is present across crop species, across multiple geographical locations. To give you an example, how many of us actually, we know orchids, right? Do orchids have fragrance, commercial species? No. But to date, we've got 57 orchid species from across the different geographical locations. We've got fragrance in these orchid species. To an extent, some of the orchid species have got chocolate fragrance. Some of them have tom yum, which is spicy flavor. So there is so much of variability that is present in the crop species. Now, what we are trying to do in Singapore is, our national flower is an orchid. So the gene circuitry that is responsible for fragrance in these species, we are transferring it into the non-fragrant species and the dendrobiums as well, which are the commercially grown orchids across the globe. So understanding the plant science is of utmost important, but we are way behind knowing the plants, and we are very slow as well. Long way to go, I would say. But it's very interesting to see what plants can actually do for us.
Yeah, absolutely. To the Xians, building on that, some argue that high-tech farming models risk overlooking community-driven or low-cost urban solutions. So what's your take on balancing innovation and also having a innovation with inclusivity?
So we are talking about urban farming, right? So see, it's a question of balance. In India, I mean, we also have a serious problem, for example, in leafy vegetables, heavy metals is a serious issue. And in most of the cities, almost 99% cities, they use sewage water. And very ambitiously, few entrepreneurs from tech side, they came, and then basically they did some good job. One of the company I know, because I'm from Hyderabad, I'm based at Hyderabad, Simply Fresh, and they did some good job. But like we in the previous panel, agriculture or food, we need patient capital. It's a long haul. It's not something where you can have disruptive technologies very fast, right? Maybe when we move to next orbit, what Mandarji has, basically shared with us today, that will be the disruptive, I would say, the cusp of change for agriculture, when you have high value, super, like high net worth individuals, you will have high value output from a mix of farm and lab. So that probably we are away 15 years away or 10 years or 5 years away. With the compression of AI, probably that 15 year will compress to maybe 5 years. Now I'm very, very hopeful. Coming back to your question, what did this company did? There is a great learning here. They are supplying very good fresh. They approached all the Horeca or right kind of customers for their produce. Absolutely healthy, fresh, and very good, very nice by all means. But they could not basically succeed, commercially. So they changed their tangent, and now they are into seed production, and they're producing best of the quality seeds for vegetables, and side by side sustaining their production. So it's again a question of balance. We have to wait till the time technology matures, it scales up and becomes affordable. You see the case of e-commerce. It took 22 years to create one Amazon in this world. So food, at least we should have that. I'm really happy with Mr. Grover. At least he highlighted this point. We need a blended capital to take it forward. We can't stop because we have serious challenges. You saw 2050 what is going to happen with the planet. So this is how this is my take on it.
Perfect. Now we're going to move to also the other side of the food chain, safety, logistics, and traceability. So I'm turning to you, Mehul. Don't worry, I got questions for you. Fresh on Table operates across the UAE and also in Saudi Arabia, connecting farms to consumers. So what are the biggest challenges in maintaining safety and freshness as the food moves through urban supply chains?
See, the urban markets are dynamic. So traffic congestion, frequent handling points, breaks the cold chain. Now, a perfect produce can lose its value if the cold chain is not maintained. So what we do at Fresh on Table is we have a process discipline and technology. Together, we make sure that your food is safe. How? The IoT sensors that I was talking about are the ears and eyes of food safety. So the live tracking of an order today is very much realistic. Today, when a client places an order, he can immediately check online where his order is, at what temperature the order has been delivered to him, or whether it's on the route, or if it's a pre-order and we have to just store it for a day. Those IoT sensors, temperatures can really help, in building that trust. So the challenge is to maintain the cold chain. If we are able to do that, if we are able to succeed, we build the trust with the consumer.
Following up on that, so in your experience, you've also implemented a lot of traceability tools, as you just mentioned. So how have these tools changed how producers, but also buyers, view accountability and waste reduction as well throughout the food supply chain?
So we have pioneered here in food wastage part, where I would say, and I was giving in my presentation as well, the last part where we've termed it as perfectly imperfect. The products which have the same nutrition value, unfortunately, they are not accepted because of certain product specifications that are being defined at the Horeca level. So we came up and we discussed with the key players in Horeca that these products have the same nutrition value. Why do we dump it? And why do we have so much of wastage? Rather than we can create a basket of perfectly imperfect, use it in your purees or any other dishes that you can, because otherwise what you're doing is just increasing the food wastage. And on the traceability side, we've been very transparent in entire journey. Whatever products have been ordered by a hotel which is in the city or located far away from the city as well, they will have the complete traceability. So the journey is recorded right from the time the order has been placed to the order has been delivered.
Now I have a question for the entire panel that links back to supply chain. again, in AgTech Media Group, we track a lot of developments throughout different segments in agriculture. And a lot of times, supply chain is something that just companies don't think of. So, from your experience, how can this be embedded into the farm design from the start rather than as an afterthought?
From a indoor vertical farming perspective, we have always looked into solutions to extend the shelf life, because part of the value proposition is you're producing it close to the consumer. That's the whole proposition of urban farming. So the idea was to limit the waste, and it starts at the shelves of the farm, where more than like 97% actually gets packaged and sold. So that's the first waste reduction. But the second one is by extending the shelf life and keeping presentable crop or product on the shelves. And I guess science and technology and working with, plant conditioning, okay? Leafy greens that come from vertical farms have a life shelf between 14 to 16 days, which is not known of for the traditional farming type of crop. So this is our contribution to that. Yeah.
Same question. So how can we implement the supply chain aspect from the get-go and not as an afterthought?
Sorry, I missed the question. It was about traceability or something?
It was about the supply chain. So a lot of farms sometimes, especially the new ones that have been implemented in the past 5 years, often overlook supply chain and how to deliver to the end user. And so my question is, how, in your experience, can farms, or what would be your recommendation for farms to implement that from the get-go and not as an afterthought?
This again depends upon, how better you are engaged with your consumers and your farmers. So if you match the demand and supply for platform like, urban farming, so that helps you to match demand and supply better. For example, ours is a spot trading platform, and we do, every in a trading window of three hours, we do around 24,700 transactions across country. So our idea is, if you use, we are using a AI framework basically, which is highly predictive. So farmers can put up, how much produce will be available for coming 7 days. And on the other hand, buyers, all the buyers, and then system matches. And that matching continues in real time. So, this is the next tangent. For urban farming, things will also not be different. If, for example, if you engage with the family, and I know few startups in India, those who are doing it for milk, because milk is a concern. Each one of us are concerned about food. We really want to know from where it is grown, how it is grown, and how it is reaching to us. And people are getting accustomed, and they are very, very proficient in and peace with dealing with, the technology right now. So it gives a lot of satisfaction. So going forward, developing better products, better, which takes things to real time will help. And that ultimately will have a bearing, ultimately have an outcome of your, movement of goods also. Correct. So it's again how you capture the data and basically make the right use case for your goods movement inward or outward. So in India, we are developing a framework. It is called India Stack. So the idea is to capture data right from field. There is a field registry, there is a farmer registry, crop registry, and then a movement registry. So that can be scaled down for a company like yours or wherever. Urban farming is important. It's not like this. Moving forward, I feel there are different types of consumers, and there is a different kind of affordability also. This is the reality in this world. And this is how the technology percolates down also. Either you make it for masses or you make it for classes. Either it goes from bottom to top, or it percolates from top to bottom.
With regards to the supply chain part, you're absolutely right. If a farmer is not able, we are not able to give accurate data to a farm, what needs to be produced, they will just go absurd and, grow whatever is traditionally they were growing. Giving you my example, when I came into this industry, the pattern was that during the summers they are going to grow okra, and then there is going to be a gap of 2 months. Then they, in the month of September, they will start sowing for the winter crops. December onwards, the harvest starts. So that was a practice which was going on. But again, what exactly is the demand? What is the realistic demand? Are we going to follow the similar pattern, or is there going to be an aggregator in between, or or a distributor, I would say, who would then come and say, okay, you know what, please grow this for us. This is the demand that we want in summers, and this is the demand we want in winter. So this is the way we can balance things out.
I think to conclude what the powerful things that have been shared just now, right? Agriculture produce leafy vegetables or fruit vegetables. I'm coming from the concept of halal. Okay? We have never been able to put vegetables under that category. But if you look at the whole ecosystem of GCC here, there's something called as Tayyiban Halal. And Tayyiban basically follows the principles of sustainability, of green technologies, everything to be coming in. And government policy on this can actually come up with a very integrated approach for agriculture produce, where logistics supply is taken care of, where data centers have been taken care of. I think at the governmental level, if this policy is implemented, especially in GCC, that would be a huge value for the farmers and the consumers as well.
That has evolved over ages. Those principles are, surreal. I mean, they will always be there.
Perfect. So throughout this panel, we've talked about the science, the technology, the research, but also the supply chain. So now moving on to the audience. Is there any questions for our panelists? No questions? Oh, there's one question. It was a perfect panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, no, is there a question?
And other things, what is not marketable or the quality maintained, what you can do about the minimally processed, like in the supermarkets we have the minimally processed vegetables that shape or something nothing to do with the minimally processed, so you can also do that. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
That's what we are already doing, but thank you for your suggestion. Let me tell you that, we, as I mentioned earlier, these products don't go for waste. Even if we are able to convert them by giving a fancy name of perfectly imperfect produce and, selling it to our Horeca clients, we at the same time are giving a value addition as well, where we're converting them into a freeze-dried products so that it can be sold to the retail markets and all everywhere. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Perfect. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Hi, Gaurav Gupta. हमारे फोनों पे भी लो चलो पता नहीं कब आएंगे हमारी कल की भी थी इससे पता नहीं कब आएंगे
Okay, everybody outside in the luncheon area, you are required in the hall. We're drawing the $1 million prize in here. Come on in. Everybody who came here is in the draw for a 1 million dirham prize. Come on in. Everybody up on the stage for a photo. Ladies, get your makeup done, hair, fingernails. Gentlemen, trim your beards. Everybody from outside, come on up. Everybody, come on, ladies at the back. All our representatives from Zululand got to come up as well from the university. All the girls down the front. Come on, everybody. Everybody from outside, come on up. Last chance opportunity. LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Don't move, everybody. Don't move. Samsung boss. Boss, grab that Samsung again, the black one. Yeah. Photos. Hands up again. Ready. One more. I was going to go and lay down the front. Good job. Okay, now that we're all exhausted after all the photography, we're going to be all superstars all over LinkedIn and TikTok and everywhere else. No dating apps though. There'll be no pictures on dating apps. That's a promise, okay? Okay, so oral presentations. Again, quick fire, as we did yesterday, sensational advent. And okay, going to the second one. Fourth one. Okay, all right, good. Just to mix it up a little bit. Okay, so to start with, to talk about Agroecology, Linking Animal and Crop Health. Dr. Amrish. Dr. Amrish is going to be first off for this afternoon. Doctor, up you come. And these are 5-minute presentations. That's your topic. Yeah, well, that's what you're up now. You're number 4, and we're going straight to number 4. Yep. Hold on. Okay, this is different. All right, so we'll read off here, yeah? Not off this. Okay. So your subject is potentiality in trichoderma, yeah? Is that your subject area? No? Why don't you come up here and talk to us about what you're going to talk about? But are you speaking? Are you speaking now? Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I'm told. You're number 4. You're coming up. You're speaking. So I will... You're talking. You're here. Okay. Good. Okay. You are here. All right. Okay. Good. So we'll do self-introductory. I won't pretend to get the name and the topic together. You're on. So the rules are 5-minute presentation, maybe 1 or 2 questions, but we're going to quick fire because we have a lot of presentations, and each presenter will introduce their subject matter. You're on. All good.
So, good afternoon. So, myself, Dr. Amresh Vyas, Professor in the Department of Plant Pathology, College of Agriculture, Raichur, Karnataka, India. My topic of presentation is the potentiality of trichoderma species as a biocontrol agents for the plant disease management. So, the plant diseases causing, next slide. The plant disease causing use, loss in, yes, sir. So as yesterday we have discussed, today also we are discussing, these are some of the challenges of Indian agriculture, particularly on plant protection. So the nutritional security or food security, cereal-based green nutrition we have, and the globalization, climate change, and SQS, all these has made into the problems, and the farmers were thinking, or the research were concentrating on the biological control in recent years, because the biological control has some advantage. There are several pest and pathogen resistance problem in pesticides, degradation of the natural enemies by using of the agrochemicals, outbreak of the many minor pest and pathogens we have noticing, and also this plant protection, particularly chemical-based plant protection, has created the environmental pollution, and also it has had the rise in the input cost and also the production cost. So in this, among the biocontrol agents, so which are frequently used in plant disease management, is the trichoderma, is one among the bioagent which potentially used in plant disease management in many crops. So it present in the soil, and these are some of the bioagents which commercially exploited, and this is the identification key. Based on the morphology, cultural character, we can identify some of the bioagents like Trichorhizianum, Viridia, and virescens, etc. And this is the phylogenetic tree of the trichoderma worldwide. And we have isolated from our Karnataka from some of the ecosystems, and we identified these are the Trichoderma aspergillum, Trichoderma arzianum, Trichoderma rice, and Trichoderma atriviridae, and also virescens are the potential Trichoderma isolates from our ecosystem, from soil rhizospheres. And why the Trichoderma is so potential or widely used? Because of its character, like wider adaptability, it is present everywhere, and it is a diversified and distributed fungi, and also it has a stability, and also it has a it can use it can also make the cellular degradation and waste utilization, and it has a wide range of the pathogen which inhibiting the effect. And how the trichoderma will act in the management of plant diseases. These are some of the mechanisms. The competition, growth promoters, it acts as induced systemic resistance, and it also produces some of the chemical substances. They are volatile in nature, and it also produces siderophores, and they have the iron fixing ions, and which will have the defense in the plant system. And also it helps in the phosphorus solubilization, and it acts as directly parasitism and also antibiosis productions. This is how the trichoderma is known to control or inhibit the plant pathogens. These are some of the mechanism of the trichoderma which helps in the plant disease management. And let us by one just mycoparasites, and it also used in some of the other pharmaceuticals industry, paper production, textile, and even also commercial enzyme production also it is used. And these are the photograph showing the pictorial of mechanism of this biocontrol mechanism of the trichoderma. It acts as mycoparasites, induce systemic resist I covered, and competition, and also production of antibiotic. It will suppress the pathogens. And come to the mycoparasitism. Here it has a wide host. Trichoderma is known to wide host range of pathogen which inhibit by means of mycoparasitisms. And it also known to produce antibiotics. The trichoderma produces trichodermine, viridin, gliotoxin, etc., etc. These are the antibiotics produced by the trichoderma, which is known to inhibit the pathogen, wide range of the pathogens. And it also involved as triggering the systemic resistance in the plant, and also induce acquired resistance in the plant also. And in addition to that, it also acts as a plant growth promoters by way of increasing the plant cells and also other yield and yield parameters. And also it has been, this is the character of the trichoderma, and we have even the toxin is characterized, that is the antibiotic gliotoxin, and glioridin is produced by this trichoderma is also chemically characterized. And in addition to antibiotic, it also known to produce the peptidols. They have a role in the plant disease management or inhibition of the wide range of the pathogens. And also siderophore productions. These are the ions which helps in fixing the iron ions in the rhizosphere and make the non-available form to the iron to other pathogenic populations. In this way, it will suppress the pathogen populations. And also polychaetes and terpenoids, pyrones, all these are the defense-related chemical substance induced by this trichoderma in plant system. And from our, we started isolating, and also have tested the bioefficacy of this trichoderma against the wide range of the pathogen against the fusarium. This is the plate showing the inhibition of the trichoderma species against the fusarium pathogens. And this is the photograph showing the inhibition of another soil-borne pathogen, sclerotia. And also another foliar pathogen, alternaria, is also effectively suppressed by this trichoderma species. And also aspergillus, another common mold fungus causing in various plant diseases also we have tested, and we identify some of the effective strains of the trichoderma. And again, one more pathogen, rhizoctonia. It is a common soil-borne pathogen causing a wide range of the diseases in root rot and collar rot diseases in various crop also. And this pathogen, trichoderma, is also known to, we identify some of the effective strains of trichoderma against rhizoctonia also. And all effective isolates of trichoderma was subjected into the molecular characterization. We identify the trichoderma species. And also we have submitted in the gene bank. And also effective isolates of the trichoderma is further subjected into the compatibility study of with the pesticides and insecticides and herbicides, fungicides, insecticides and herbicides also. Among that, some chemicals, they are compatible. Fungicides, the mancozeb and methoxyl has found the effective compatible, and some of the herbicides also compared to 4 the other things also compatible. And this also against the trichoderma amata, we have tested against 2 to 3 effective trichoderma isolates. And further, we subjected to the biopriming of this trichoderma species in managing the soil-borne diseases in pigeon pea and chickpea. This is the seed treatments of the 2 to 3 effective strains, and among the Viridae and Arzianum, Viridae and the trichoderma species were effective in enhancing the root length and shoot length, and also the seedling vigor is enhanced by these trichoderma species. And it is against the black gram and green gram crops. And these are some of the registered trichoderma species which are available in Indian markets. And these are there are more than 30 commercial, the trichoderma commercial products are available in India which are registered in the CIB and C registration. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Namaste. Very good. Well done. Thank you. So because of the format, we aren't going to take questions, but what we will be able to do is have you join the speakers outside or here to go straight into any Q&A that you have, yeah? Just because we've got so many people. Thanks so much. Okay, so our second speaker, if I've managed to get this right. So Dr. Shushila Nagaguda is coming up to speak to us about herbicides for weed management and productivity enhancement in Kharif grain sorghum. No? Oh, okay. Here we go. Up you go. Up you go. I will not pretend to be a specialist on the subject matter. I'll just introduce the people. How about that? Now, Doctor, you'll tell us about the subject matter because you are the specialist.
So very good afternoon to everyone. So respected the delegates, the dignitaries, so all the ladies and gentlemen. So today I'm Dr. Sushila Nagaguda from US Raichur, Karnataka, India. So I'm here to present my research work on the efficacy of biofumigants, okay, so against the rice weevil. So this is one of the important pests in the storage. So most of us, we are only focusing on the pest of crops. So after harvest, we are not bothered. So this is one of the important pests. If we manage them, we can ensure the food security. So let me tell. So all of us, we know that, so rice weevil, so this is a very important pest of all the important cereals like sorghum, so the rice, wheat, so all the important pests. So this is an important, the post-harvest, the pest. So most of us, right now, how we are managing the pest is through chemicals, okay. So this might be having the chemical residue effect. So to overcome them, the only solution right now, everywhere we are finding in all quarantine stations is the use of the fumigants like the aluminum phosphide, so another one is the methyl bromide, which is already banned according to the Montreal Protocol, but still in some way it uses. So we need some alternative. So with that interventions, so we made some studies to alternate to this chemical fumigations with some of the plants which have the biofumigant properties. So certain plant volatile extracts were extracted to see so how they can control what is their effective the pesticidal properties. So with this objective, so we had the first objective of this experiment was to extract, okay, to extract and characterize the different plant extracts for biofumigants, let us see which are those, and to study what is the fumigant action of this plant extract against the important storage pest, that is the rice weevil, and to study the efficacy of different biofumigant formulations. Again, the third was we made the different formulations. So these are the different biofumigant plants which were selected. So one is the lantana camara, which is most commonly available. So then Ailanthus excelsa, so it is also called the tree of heaven. So then eucalyptus, so then Brassica junctia, Another one is a sweet flag rhizome, that is Acarus calamus. So these were the important biofumigant plants, so from which their bioactive compounds were extracted. So just briefly, so their leaf powder of all these were extracted, they were dried, made into powder. So like the lantana camera, so this is a picture of all this powder after drying, shade drying in the pot. So this was a special, we had a special extraction, that is a supercritical fluid extraction. So this is found to be more superior compared to the normal alcoholic ethanol extraction. So we get more of the bioactive compounds. And this is the next one, so the picture, that is a rotary flash evaporator. So where it evaporates after extracting the bioactive compounds, the remaining the ethanol is being evaporated. And this is the biofumigant oils which have been extracted of this Acarus calamus. So all these biofumigants, Ailanthus excelsa, brassica, junction, eucalyptus, and all this. And we also made, I told you, another important to made the different formulations. So we also tried to make the tablet formulations. For making these tablet formulations, we use the different components. One is the leaf extract, what we had prepared, the talc powder as a carrier, and the rice gruel as a binding agent. So with this, we formulated in the form of tablet to keep it in along with the grains. So this is the flow chart for extraction of supercritical fluid extraction at 55 degrees centigrade and the 225 bar expression. So these are the details of the parameters for extraction of this supercritical fluid extract for these biofumigant plants. So 5 biofumigant plants with a different extraction time. So we had the leaf plants, what was their shade drying, so dry weight, powder yield, all exactly the details of this has been done. So we also tried to make the, filter paper. The method which was used was, one is the filter paper as a method. So a filter paper was dipped in this biofumigant plants, and just with the help of double tape, it was stick on to the, that is the plastic vials of 500 ml capacity in which the 100 grams of seeds were kept. And then we released the 10 pairs of adults of rice wibble to look for its mortality. So this is a filter paper method for the plant extract bioassay method. And then after leaving the adults, we look for the mortality of the different days of interval. So that is 1 day after treatment, 3 days, and the 5 days. So we could just see here, supercritical fluid extract of lantana camera. This excelled all other treatment, and we observed the 10% mortality within 5 days after treatment. So this was followed by the Ailanthus excelsa and eucalyptus species. So comparatively check, we used a chemical that is a malathion, 5% D, and also along with our standard university standard, that is the sweet flag rhizome, that is with the seed treatment. So this is a bioassay where the 100 grams of the seeds of sorghum were exposed to the different concentrations. Among the different concentration, 0.5% of the lantana camera was proved to be excellent. So this is a biofumigant tablet. Again, they were formulated in the tablet I told you. So tablets, so also of the various sizes, 1 gram, 3 gram, 5 gram, and 7 gram tablets were prepared with the various ratios. And we could see that after 7 days after, it took at least 7 days for the mortality. And among them, the best was the lantana camera again. So once again, the 7 gram tablet, it excelled all other. With 7 days, we could achieve the maximum mortality of 82%. So this is a lantana camera. It would cause the 72% mortality. So similarly, so with the other biofumigants, that is Ailanthus excelsa was also done. So there also again the 7 gram tablet was found to be the excelled compared to the other treatments. So similarly, the Eucalyptus globulus, so this was the third best treatment. So this, it needed a little higher. So that is the 7 grams of this again, it caused 71%. So little inferior compared to the lantana camera. So this is a graphical representation of the percent mortality of the rice wibble with the different, that is the biofumigant tablet formulations. We could see that 7 days after treatment, the maximum mortality was seen. So this is efficacy of the 7 gram tablet of the various. So among them, again, the lantana camera was the things. So coming to the summary of my results. So SFE, that is the supercritical fluid extract of lantana camera at 0.5% was found to be the best. And also the tablet formulations of lantana camera of the 7 grams, it proved to be very effective up to after 7 days after treatment exposure. So this again treatment, we also looked for the percent seed damage, the seed weight loss, everything. We could see that the minimum seed damage, so minimum seed weight loss, so that was seen in the higher, that is the best concentration of lantana cambride, 5%, 0.5%. And also there was no difference in the germination percentage. This is most important because when you are storing the seeds, there won't be any effect on germinations. So among the bifumigant tablets, again the 7-gram tablets proved to be the excel with the 82% mortality of lantana cambra. So this is a summary of all this. So all these are known to possess the biofumigant properties, but among them the 3 which excelled is the lantana cambra, ailanthus and the eucalyptus. So among all, the lantana cambra is proved to be the effective. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentations.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Excellent. Thank you so much. Namaste. So Shweta has got my list. So whoever thinks they're next is going to come up and take command. You're it. You're in charge.
So next up we have Dr. Kothai with us for the oral presentation. Come ma'am.
And Doctor, you have more than 5 minutes. So don't restrict yourself to 5 minutes. We have a little bit of extra time for you.
No, I won't take. Okay. Good afternoon, all. Who are one and all who are gathered here. I'm Dr. Kodai Sheshatri, Professor and Head of Natural Resource Management from SRM College of Agricultural Science. I'm here to explore agroecology, linking crop and animal health. So, what is agroecology? Why we have to study about agroecology and what is the blueprint and all these things we are going to see in this presentation. So if you see the background of the study, the soil fertility is very low and high demand for fertilizers and pesticides, disrupted biogeochemical cycles. That's why we are facing the global warming issues, soil degradation, carbon imbalance, malnutrition and food insecurity, disruptive ecosystems. These are the reasons why we are going in for this concept agroecology. So what is agroecology? It is one health which links people, community, animals, plants and environment. And the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, renamed this agroecology as a family farming during the COVID-19. Why family farming? Because it is a subsistence farming which were able to feed all the nationals like in our country, like in India, and we were able to export to other countries during COVID-19, only because of this subsistence farming. So, decentralization markets, management, labor, logistical support, and export to countries in the need. So during COVID-19, it is the opportunity period for the subsistence farmers whose growth rate was 28.36 and export was 29.81% and the increased value of about 6.58 during the COVID period. So now we are going to explore agroecology web. So you know that we have the field crops which are used as a animal feed, and it is also produces waste, and that is also fed to the animals as well as it is used as a mulch. And these animal, after feeding, they produce a lot of waste, and crop waste and animal waste together, they produce a lot of compost, which is decomposed by the microbes,
with a lot of nutrients, which is again, it is fed to the field crops. This is a normal cycle. Besides this, the animal manure is used in the azolla base for producing azolla, and the animal waste and the crop waste together we produce vermicompost and panchakavya. So panchakavya is nothing but a solution which is traditionally prepared in India with the cow product. I think almost all Indians they know, but it is coming together, coming out of the world to meet the natural farming needs. So the next one is like, in a nutshell, we can say that agroecology is for enhances the soil health, boost biodiversity, reduces the chemical inputs, and water conservation practices. So how to reduce the chemical inputs? So we have two methods. One is ZBNF, that is zero budget natural farming, that reduces the input cost, fertilizes intensive irrigation, reduces the farmer's debts, and increase the soil fertility, protect indigenous varieties, promote soil aeration, intercropping, and bund cropping. So for these, we use 4 pillars of the natural farming, which is called a Bijamrida. Bijamrida is nothing but a product combination of cow dung, cow urine, and soil, which is used as a seed treatment, which protects the seed against the fungi and bacteria. And then Jivamrida, it is also a formulation based on the cow dung and urine, and this one contains a lot of nutrients which enhances the plant growth. And then Achadana. Achadana is a Sanskrit word which means hiding. So what we are hiding here? We are hiding, that is, we are covering the seeds with the crop waste. So that is called mulching. So that is called Achadana. Then Vapasha. And Vapasha is nothing but the soil aeration and the water conservation in this. So next one is LISA. That is least external input and sustainable agriculture. What is external input? Here we mean the external input, the pesticides and the fertilizers. What we are applying to the crops is called external input. And here we are applying it in a very low amount or in nil amount. So here there are several methods, more or less the same, but a little bit different. Permaculture, conservation agriculture, precision agriculture, biodynamic farming, and regenerative farming. Among these, biodynamic farming is a little bit different because it includes the natural farming combined with the holistic cultural beliefs. Okay, and then regenerative farming. What is regenerative? So regenerative farming is nothing but a natural farming where there is a minimum cultivation or no cultivation at all. If there is no cultivation, who will cultivate the land? Yes? So here, the plants, you know that even it can break the rock. That is, weathering is done by the rock. So here the plant roots itself, they penetrate the soil and they create aeration in the soil. Other than that, there are earthworms which can plow up and down more than 1,000 times a day. So that one is also another farmer who are plowing the land by themselves, as well as a lot of enzymes, root exudates. These are the one which enriches the microorganisms which are present in the soil. So by this, we can achieve the One Health. How we can achieve One Health? That is, soil is the base for animal health, crop health, and human health. If soil is not fertile, we are not able to produce a healthy crop which deteriorate the crop health as well as the animal health. That is why we are focusing on the soil health. So the next one is, I have taken a study area is like in Parangipetai Taluk. So here we have, the study area is nearby sea, and from 2004 to 2025 up to last month, it was hit by a lot of cyclones. So here the farmers face climatic aberrations. Every year they face a lot of loss because of these cyclones. So the major crops are paddy, and banana. So we want to introduce and change. It is very difficult to change. So I have taken this trial in one of my relatives' field. So it is still on. It is not yet completed. So here 1 acre land is with the conventional paddy crop, which is with the pesticide and with the fertilizer application. The other field is like a banana field, which is retained the banana field, like 1/4, and then the remaining quarters we have introduced the jasmine, groundnut and azolla. So you know that here we are introducing the low volume and high value crops. So why there is a biodiversity here? So if the biodiversity is introduced in the coastal regions, because if one crop fails, the other crop will benefit the farmer. That is the reason behind this biodiversity. That is, diverse crops are introduced, even though the farmers resist. But this is the one which is which can give a sustainability to their agriculture. So another one is soil amelioration. Soil amelioration is like it can change the nature of the soil or the fertility of the soil by plowing 20 different seeds. That is the Nammalwar method. Nammalwar is a scientist in India who introduced this technique. That is, most of the crops are legume crops, forage crops, oilseed crops are just sprayed in the field. That is 20 kgs per acre. So this is allowed to grow for 6 months. Okay. So in the 6 months, all the crops grow together. So most of them are legumes, and as you know, as an agriculturist, that these legumes fix a lot of nitrogen in the soil. Yes, after 6 months, you have to incorporate all the plants inside the soil, which increases the nutrient availability for the next crop. So this is the soil amelioration method we have followed in preparing this land. So, and then the next one is bund crop. Lemongrass and chrysanthemum is little bit we have introduced, but it's not yet successful in producing this. So field A is a conventional system where it is a monoculture practice. Livestock, though it is livestock are integrated, the feed stock which is produced by the conventional system are poor quality. So they were not able to support the growth of the cattle in a natural way. So challenges what we have faced is the soil degradation and the chemical residue in the crops. So the next one is the field B, like we have the diverse crop system. The project is not yet completed, so it is an interim report where we have the crop diversity like a banana and organic inputs. We have used Panchakavya, a farmyard menu, and zero chemical inputs. So the benefits are enhanced soil health, natural pest control, and sustainable productivity. So here, the one of the things what we have seen is that the biodiverse, even if the banana field is, banana crop is affected by the cyclone, you know that it all topples down the trees. So only the pseudo stem can be available to the farmer, nothing else. He cannot sell, he cannot have the fruits. So in that case, the banana sheath. So nowadays, I think all Indians, they know that there is a banana fiber, which is excellently used in sari making. That is banana silk is coming up in a very good manner, and it is also used and purchased by the very wide range of community. So here the sheath can be sold to the company on a contract basis if they have a contract with the farmer. Even if the cyclone hits, they can be benefited somehow. And the jasmine and the groundnut and the azolla, which is also used as a animal feed. You can see that we have tried with the cattle, goat and chicken feed. It is incorporated into the animal field. So that is why I said like agroecology is linked with crop and animal. So the animal residue is used in cultivating this azolla. It is not the sole food, it is mixed with the concentrated feed. So we cannot feed it as such, the azolla. It can be a supplement which can increase the fiber and the digestibility of the animals. And then, one second. So, how to implement this agroecology in a farmer level? We have to train the farmers and the pilot programs. We have to conduct training, and then we have to have the market linkage. And then here, agroecological integration is having a diverse crops and livestock and organic inputs like Panchagavya, which is new to other countries maybe, but still I think in UAE they know they imported the desi cow products from India, and it supports the biodiversity and provides a pivotal role in transforming the Indian agriculture. So I have this take-home message to the UAE farmers, that is the ecosystem using organic inputs like Panchagavya soil amelioration can be followed in the countries like UAE to renew the soil. Even though it is very hard for them, they can try, or we can also collaboratively try and little bit improve the fertility of the soil. Thank you very much.
You got the list, yeah? Yeah, yeah, good. Thought you disappeared. It's you. You're in charge. Shukran. Are we still live streaming? So no pressure on anybody, but we're
No
live
pressure
streaming this.
whatsoever, yeah.
We've got an audience of 5 million people watching this.
Right, thank you, thank you. Respected audience, I would have been more happy if some more seniors were there, but anyway, let's take it the other way. So I'm here to present the regulatory framework that exists in our country, because of late, the country has been importing technologies, and these imported technologies rather need to be evaluated, and then the product moves to the farmers. So before I start, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the organizers for having given me an opportunity to talk in this conference. Now, all these 2 days, we are hearing from the expertise where the MNCs want their products to go local. It wants every country to buy their products. But back in India, there is one logo, one slogan that matters these days. The Honorable Prime Minister calls "Be vocal for local," the Atmanirbhar Bharat. If you look at the ethos that India has, if you could go back to the G20 summit which the country hosted, look at the slogan which the Prime Minister talked about. He talked about one earth, one family, one future. Something called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam exists actually in our ethos. Now, I would relate this conference to that one step ahead, and the logo goes One Health, where scientists for all these 2 days, they try to integrate agriculture, the animal health, and the food which both of us consume, be it the animals, be it the humans. So in that case, I would like to relate my presentations of today with that of how the One Health can be arrived at. I know transgenics have been a very complicated, very controversial subject topic globally. And if you take India for that matter, India has seen transformation happening with only one example of transgenic technology, that of BT cotton. We have seen farmers harvesting, which usually used to harvest 3 quintals or 4 quintals. They are harvesting more than 20 quintals. and it's only because of the technology. So in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to go through what kind of regulatory framework exists in India, how the SAUs like us, the state agricultural universities, how can they fare in addressing this issue? Because ultimately the technology has to reach the farmer, and we can act as a bridge between the technology provider and the technology user, rather, who is farmer. Right, if you just go through what all traits the GM technology is being applied. Basically, it is for insect resistance. We also have transgenics for herbicide tolerance, virus resistance. Standing example is that of papaya streak virus resistant cultivars that have been developed. So fungal resistance, bacterial resistance, drought, abiotic stress, improved nutritional quality, which we call as biofortification. So all these traits are being addressed through this technology, the transgenic technology. Look at the crops which have been transgenized. You have corn, which has the maximum area being covered. Now that is followed by soybean, cotton, papaya, and also these days we have the transgenic technology being applied to rice, tomato products are there, and these two traits have been introgressed into the crops. Now, what is being seen here actually? So, all the studies would like to ensure one thing, that there is no difference between a transgenic and a non-transgenic crop. Ultimately, only that particular trait is being manipulated, all others are kept constant rather. And on the right side, you can see what are the major key issues that this technology brings. We talk too much about if we accept this technology, is it going to cause biodiversity loss? Now, America has been cultivating for more than 3 decades. There has been no report of any kind of a biodiversity loss happening actually. So they also raised the environmental concerns. But the irony is that there has been reduction in the usage of the pesticides that we have seen for the last 1.5 decades. Economic issues, I have seen this happening in our region. Farmers, poor farmers having their own pakka houses being built only because of this technology. They also raise safety and health concerns, regulatory and ethical issues exist, which I'll be dealing with rather. Right, this slide actually talks of who is all into this transgenic research. It's all about the private sector because several thousands and crores of rupees have been invested for this technology. Naturally, when you are invested, you also expect that you regain the invested money rather. Of late, it has been public sector gaining ground these days. So gene editing, genome editing is something, the new technology that is CRISPR-Cas, they say, and meaningful products have been arrived at. Right, this is how the timeline goes in terms of recombinant DNA research. It all started with the Act of 1986. It's called the EPA Act, Environmental Protection Act. And this was followed by rules, which came in 1989. It is called as Environmental Protection Rules. Then what followed is that of several things have been amended. You can see the last one rather is that of 2024, where this act was amended to include microorganisms as a source of genetic resource. So it was added only in 2024 rather. Till that point of time, there was nothing of that. Microorganisms were kept out actually of transgenic research. Now, if you look at the confined field trials, we have various forms of confined field trials. The first one is that of the EST, it's called as Event Selection Trial, or the STRIP trials they are called as, where it is done in the contained lab. Then what follows is that of BRL1, first and second year. Here it is done on a 0.4 hectare, 1 acre we call in India. Back here it is 0.4 hectare, the trial is conducted. And the next level is that of Biosafety Regulatory Trial 2, where you can see the field limit extends from being 0.4 to 1 hectare per trial. So then what follows is experimental seed production of this technology, which is approved permitted by RCGM and GAC. And other experiment safety studies are also conducted here. Residue analysis is done, crossability studies are done, right? All these have to be approved by RCGM. The final say is that these confined field trials, they completely rest with the GEAC approval, the Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee it's called as. Now back in Raichur, what kind of trials we are doing? We are doing transgenic trials on 2 crops, maize it has been, and then cotton. I am not revealing which companies actually were funding agencies over here because of obvious reasons. Look at the traits that have been worked on, right? So in maize, herbicide tolerance as well as insect resistance has been addressed. Meaningful data has been generated. And in cotton, it is all about insect resistance, that of pink bollworm, which is the major reason. Now, this is how the statutory bodies work actually. There are 6 different agencies involved. To start with, it's called RDAC, the Recombinant DNA Advisory Committee. Then you have Institutional Biosafety Committee, then Review Committee on Genetic Manipulation, RCGM it's called as. Then we have Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, followed by, at the state level, we have State Biotechnical Coordination Committee at the state level headquarters, and then at the district level, it is district level committee. As you can see, each of these agencies have various roles to be played in. The first one, the RDAC committee, is that of advisory role it plays. And the next 3 happen to give the approvals rather, right? IBSC happens at the university level, but the next 2 happens at the DBT level, that the ICR level rather. And then the next is that of monitoring. Are the trials being conducted as per the protocol? Now this is seen to by the next 2 committees that are formed, right? Now this is the flow chart as to how the trials are conducted. The applicant approaches the IBSC. The IBSC, when it approves, right, it sees that whether it has been conveyed to RCGM. Only after RCGM approval, the IBSC approves it. It again goes back to the RCGM. Then it goes to the GEAC. Then, meanwhile, when the experimentation is done, one committee called the CCC committee actually, right? Central committee it is going to visit these trials and inspect the trials, and then everything, when it is in place, it is going to be considered for environmental release only after ensuring all the things are taken care of. Now, what kind of data is generated during these kind of trials? The first part is that of the core characterization is done. Now, what do you mean by that? It means the genes that are inserted, or the transgenic gene, what is its source? It is established. Then molecular characterization is done. And they also see what's the copy number. They also ensure that the gene has integrity actually, right? So this kind of data is generated while we do the experimentation. At the protein level, because you should remember, any gene ends up with proteins actually, right? It's a protein-protein interaction, whatever we see, right? So there, we'll try to see the history of safe usage and consumption, whether the protein is safe, the new protein that has been produced, is it really safe? Then we look into its functionality aspects. What is the mode of action? Then we also conduct the allergenicity tests also, because it's a new gene coming out with new protein, right? Then the food as well as feed composition is also looked into. The key nutrients, key anti-nutrients, animal performance, all these are taken care of. And also environmental, right? So is it going to impact on the host organism? Is it safe to the non-target organisms? Is it going to degrade the soils? Is it toxic? Has there been outcrossing? Has weediness increased? Now all these data are generated during the course of evaluation, right? Now if you look at this, okay, only cotton is approved in India for genetic engineering. We all know it's a history. Brinjal was never approved and it went to Bangladesh. That's a different issue that in Calcutta you do find these brinjals back into the market through Dhaka. That has not served the purpose actually, right? The transgenic brinjal has found its way back into India, and if you visit with the vegetable market in Calcutta, you actually have access to these BT brinjals. And you all know what has happened with mustard, right? Lobby is opposing it and it's still in the court of law. It's not going to see the light of the day. Now coming to the last aspect is that of various issues and challenges that these transgenic technologies have come across over the years. Right, once the transgenic technology is approved by GAC, the commercial approvals, they are being slowed down and they are still pending. Many technologies are still pending, right? So there has been a procedural delay kind of a thing from the government. The non-receipt of NOC from state governments for conduct of confined field trials, this is another issue which the companies keep on, the technology provider keeps on complaining about that. NOCs from the state government has been an issue, delayed. There has been a delay in that. Then training and sensitizing programs required for State Department, right? Leave aside the agricultural officers. The very scientists in the university will also not be knowing about the transgenic technology. That's a different issue. So a lot of capacity building is needed in this regard. Naturally limited research initiatives because it's imported technology. The technology is not of indigenous, of Indian scientists. That also exposes actually the demerits with this technology. There is lack of adequate awareness among the GMOs in common public. This happens only in India, right? So whenever a transgenic product has to come to the public, right, before it is actually deregulated, it comes into the public, a lot of public hullabaloo is created and it's not that easy in India. And so there have been several ongoing cases in Honorable Supreme Court of India wanting justice actually. They are waiting for last couple of years actually, but nothing is happening actually, right? So that brings, I would like to end up with this. This slide actually shows how the agriculture is moving. If you could see earlier part, right, more of it is that of breeding and a small red part is that of the GMOs, right? You look at the last part. What you see is that gene editing is making its presence felt. So now in the market, you have products which are coming off breeding, majorly breeding, and also you have products which are GMOs, and you also have gene editing tool being used to develop the genotypes. This is the biotech seed market. That means the crux, the presentation crux is that come what may, technology has to move to the farmers in a much faster pace. And for this, the procedural delays can't be given an excuse. So we on our part, we're trying to deal that as university scientists and trying to bridge the gap that exists. Thank you so much for the patient hearing. Thank you. Thank you all. I expect one or two questions. Can I expect? Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Next up, we have Dr. Makhosi. Good afternoon to you all. I'm Makhosi Buthelezi, a lecturer at Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. My topic is on molecular identification of the groundnut leaf miner, Leptoptera chiretidae, a key for targeted and accurate control in groundnuts and soybean. Maybe some of you are a bit concerned that we are talking about One Health. We are all gathered here under one theme, which is One Health. Now I'm talking about the insect. What about insects and health? Insects are critical in animal, plant, and environmental health. Why? Insects plays a various role in the ecosystem. Some insects are beneficial. They are used for animal feed, and some are edible, and some insects are used as raw materials. Some insects play a vital role in nutrient cycling.
And most importantly, some insects are detrimental, meaning that some of them are pest and disease vectors. Hence, there is a need to develop effective control strategies to control the detrimental insect. Correct identification of insects is a fundamental on developing the effective control strategies. Here is the presentation outline. And in my introduction, I just wanted to introduce how vital insects are. Insects, they constitute about 5.5 million species. Only 1 million are formally described, whereas the 80% are under-described. As I've already highlighted, that they play beneficial as well as a detrimental role in the ecosystem. And also, more importantly, global economic losses due to pests are estimated at approximately 70 billion annually. These highlight the significant need of developing effective control strategies against the insects. Why we need to develop effective control strategy? Correct pest identification, avoid misidentification. If we are having misidentification, it will imply that we are going to adopt incorrect practices. And also by identifying the insect, we learn about its biology, bioecology, the interaction between the crop and the insect and the environment. We also understand the closest relatives of the insect and possible threat, and consequently, we are able to develop the correct control measures against them. Previously, insect identification has been centered around morphological studies, whereby we look at the morphology of the insect, the head, the mouth part, the structure of the wing, and so forth. And this type of identification is important, and it is still important, but the challenge with it is that in our days, due to the climate change and changes that we are currently facing in our global sphere, is that we have cryptic species, species which look different, but genetically they are identical. Now we are having challenge of cryptic species. That's why morphological identification of insects has become more challenging to be able to identify insects precisely. Whereas we are eventually adopting the molecular techniques in entomology to identify insects, where we use DNA markers because they give us the correct identification of insects. And recently, the insect identification in entomology has shifted, has moved forward to encompasses both morphology and molecular techniques in order to understand the evolutionary relationship, the evolutionary history of insects. And recently, the mitochondrial DNA marker is the one which is currently used to identify the insects. Here, this is my story, the current controversy. There are three morphologically gelatidae similar moths which occurs. One is the Asian Aprohima moticella, which is found in Indo-Asia. We have the Australian Simplicella, which is found in Australia and New Zealand. And the last one is the African Pilobata subsessivella zella. These species were identified using morphological features. As we can see, the one in the middle, the Australian one, is distinct between the two other species because it has a white band at the end of the abdomen. That feature was used to distinguish these three species, to categorize them as different. The distribution of these three species is covered in India. We have the Aprohima modicella. In Australia, in New Zealand, we have Aprohima simplexella. And in Africa, most of Africa, we have Bilobata subsessivella zella. And this moth is very detrimental, especially in Africa, because it is a major pest of groundnut and soybean, and those crops in South Africa are valuable crops because they are considered as cash crop as well as support the household with food as well as generating income. So these pests not only threaten the production of groundnut and soybean, but it also threatening the food security in the continent. This pest in Africa was first identified in Uganda in 1998, and it was assumed that the invasion of the Aprohima modicella from India, based on the morphological characteristics as well as the similar crop damage symptoms which mimicry those ones described in India for modicella. And further molecular studies conducted in South Africa link the African moth with the Australian Aprohima simplexella. Based on these observations and the fact that the one in Australia only occasionally attack the soybean, whereas the one in Asia and Africa, it attacks both groundnut and soybean, there was a need for us to determine whether is there a genetic diversity for the similar species to be attacking different crops in different continents. And furthermore, the moths captured for DNA analysis in Australia, they were captured using the pheromone lure of Aprohima modicella, which is well known that the pheromone lures are species specific. That's why we decided to further investigate the evolutionary history between these three species. Are they the same species or are they conspecific? Here is the damage symptoms of the moths. One, we have the soybean, which shows a bit of the shrinking and binding of the leaves. And the meekly is the groundnut with necrotic bubble. And the last figure, C, it shows the field, which is completely defoliated due to the severity of the pest. If it's not controlled, it can destroy everything. You can't harvest anything. So we conducted the research, and the main research question was, are these three species genetically related? If they are genetically related, which origin is of the African species? Is it India or Australia? And the further objectives were based on investigating the evolutionary history of these species by comparing the analysis of the genetic diversity among these species and to pinpoint the origin of the Chilichidae species found in Africa. In South Africa, we sampled 5 sites. In Mozambique, we sampled 2 sites. In Australia, we sampled in Brisbane. In India, we sampled in Hyderabad, in Andhra Pradesh. DNA extraction, we extracted 5 DNA regions, 3 mitochondrion, CO1, CO2, CYTB, and the 2 nuclei, the 28S and the EF1 alpha. But for the sake of this presentation, we are going to talk about the nuclear DNA. The table shows the sequences which were used for sequencing. We had the forward and the reverse primer, which were designed by Ingaba Biotech Industry in South Africa. And the phylogenetic trees were constructed using maximum parsimony. Genetic distance were calculated using pulp version 4. Here we have the results. In this phylogenetic tree, it is constructed from the sequences of the 28S gene region. We can see that the sequences of the specimens, the first one to this one, they were all collected from South Africa. GLM, they were collected from Australia. The SAT 1 up to 3, they were collected from India at Hyderabad. We can see that all the sequences of the specimen, irrespective of the origin where they were collected, they all group together to form one clade. So this gene region reflects that amongst this population, there is no genetic diversity. Are they genetically the same? At the moment, we can't confirm that, because when we look at the number of specimens collected from South Africa versus the specimens collected from Australia and India, they are very minimal. Hence, there is a need to do more sampling with the sequencing of the whole genome in order to be able to make conclusive recommendations. Here we have the EF1 alpha phylogenetic tree. In this tree, again, we see the same assembling of the sequences of the specimens collected. All these are collected from South Africa and Mozambique. Here we have the Indians grouping with the South African, whereas the Australians are grouping separate. This phylogenetic tree reflects that, again, there is a similar assembling of the sequences of the specimens from Africa, Mozambique, and India, but the Australians are grouping separately. And the genetic distance between these sequences of the specimens, they range between 0.00 and 6.09. Again, from this tree, we can see that as much as the African and the Indians are showing more closely relationship, still they are minimal, the sampling. So what we recommend is more sampling from different geographical areas in order to make an informed decision. Because there is a call for the revision of the taxonomy of this moths. Because if they are incorrectly identified, it poses a threat on the development of the effective pest management control strategies. Because in order to develop such strategies, you need to correctly identify the pest. And based on these findings, we propose further molecular, together with the morphological analysis, which can be conducted in more specimens collected from Australia, India, and South Africa to confirm this hypothesis. And during my last presentation at the International Congress of Entomology in Japan last year, there was a call for the revisiting of the taxonomy of this species. A call for synonymization was made. Currently, we are doing research on the morphologically as well as the genetic analysis of these moths. And again, this is current research which has been going on. I am here with my master's student who will be presenting on investigating the oviposition and feeding preference, because we need to understand the bioecology of the pest as well. And here are the references. And I would like to acknowledge these organizations and institutions for their support. Most importantly, ICRISAT in India, because they've been helpful in assisting us to acquire the specimens. They've also hosted me as a visiting scientist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So next up, we have Ms. Mule for the oral presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhle Ndimande. I'm from Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. And I'll be presenting on the oviposition and feeding preferences of groundnut leaf miner, looking at the current knowledge and also the research gaps. So groundnuts and soybean are very important oilseed crops that are usually grown in tropical and subtropical regions around the world. And their production is usually affected by climate change, but most importantly, they are affected by pest infestation, which is the groundnut leaf miner, also known as Aporema modicella. So the GLM causes a significant yield losses in groundnuts and soybean across India and also in Africa. The GLM larvae impact has on host crops includes reducing 30% of photosynthetic capability of the plants and also reducing assimilates that are usually channeled on the pods and also which will result in defoliation of leaflets. So now when we're looking at the economic importance of these insects, which is the GLM, the first one is that the GLM causes a significant loss in yield loss in groundnuts and also in soybean across India and Africa. The second one is that this yield loss ranges widely with a case of up to 100% crop loss, which has been reported in South Africa, Mozambique, and also in Uganda. So the infestation increases the production cost due to additional pest control and also which will result in possible replanting. The pest also poses a threat also to economic threat to smallholder farmers which rely on these crops for income and also for food. Then this growing problem underscores the need for sustainable and also for cost-effective control strategies which will also help in safeguarding the yield and also for food security. So now when we're looking at the distribution for this groundnut leaf miner, so this groundnut leaf miner is found in 3 continents. The first one is India with its states, and also we have Africa, which includes that it has also been in South Africa. It was also reported in the 1999 and also the 2000 crop season, and also we found it in Australia. So when we are looking in some other countries, which includes some in parts of New Zealand. So now when we're looking at the bioecology of these insects, so now we're going to start by looking at the egg stage, whereby the eggs are laid on the underside of the leaves of the plants, and also they are laid on the stems and also the petiole. And then now when we're moving to the second stage of this life cycle, it is the larvae. So you will find that the larvae will mine the leaf tissue, which is the one that causes most significant damage. And then the next stage, it is the pupa stage, which is the pupation occurs within the leaflet stage. And then the last stage, which is the adult stage, it's where the life cycle is being completed. So now when we're looking at the infestation on host plants, so here we have 3 different host plants. We have groundnuts, which is A, B, which is soybean, which is Indigofera, and then C, we have soybean. So here it shows different infestation stages. From A to D, we can see like the severity of infestation is not the same. From A, we have the early symptoms of the infestation, and then D, we have the late infestation symptoms. And then from B, early symptoms, E, which shows the late symptoms. But like in overall, we can all see the damage these insects can cause on different host plants. So the methodology for this review, it was done using peer-reviewed publications, and also it was selected based on quality and reliability. And also it was selected on 7 different databases. And the keywords that were used to search this information are as listed below. So now when we're moving to environmental factors, which influences the GLM population dynamics. So we have temperature, which at 30 degrees, it will enhance reproduction and survival, while cooler temperatures, which are less than 15 degrees, will also reduce the egg reproduction and also increases mortality. And then when we look at humidity, we can see that like low humidity favors high infestation by accelerating the developments, whereas high humidity will suppress the populations through increased larval mortality. And then when we're looking at the rainfall influences the GLM dynamics by affecting host plant availability and also the pest dispersal with heavy rainfalls, which usually reduce the active populations. So now the control measures. So we have 4 control measures, which are cultural control, where intercropping, crop rotation, irrigation, and also planting dates are used. And then under biological control. Under biological control, we have parasitoids, and these are the examples of parasitoids. And then we also have pathogens, and these are the examples of pathogens that are used to control the GLM. And then under chemical control, we have cypermethrin. So cypermethrin has also been used in India and also in Africa to control these GLM insects. And then when it comes to genetic resistance, we have the genetic breeding lines for groundnuts, which are also listed below. And we also have the soybean breeding lines, which are also listed below. And then now when we're moving to the host selection for oviposition and feeding. So we now know that the GLM insects usually target the Fabaceae crop, which are usually the legume crops, especially groundnuts and soybean. And that is because they have the favored nutritional value, and also the chemistry that are found in these host plants are most favored by GLM. And also when these 2 crops which are favored, they are not there, then you will find that the GLM will favor the wild species, which will act as an alternate host plant. And then now when it comes to host selection for the GLM, so the GLM will select host that has favorable volatiles, that will have plant traits that are favorable when it comes to the surface of the host plants. And usually the GLM will select the host plants that have like younger leaves, which are the ones that are most preferred one. So when we move to the feeding behavior of this GLM, so the GLM will feed from the internal surface of the leaf, and then mining towards the external part of the leaf. And then you will find that the GLM larvae will web by protecting the larvae inside the leaf, which is the one that is causing the most damage. And then now, when we're looking to the factors that influences host plants' preference for oviposition in Lepidoptera moth, and the reason why the Lepidoptera moth were used, it's because there is a gap, more like there is a lack of information when it comes to the GLM, and that is why Lepidoptera moth were used at large. So here we're looking at the chemical cures, host surface texture, plant age, and adaptivity variability. So when we're looking at the plant chemical cures, we can see that insects will prefer a host plants that have suitable surface texture, surface waxes, and also trichomes. And then when we're looking at the plant age, we can see that the insects will prefer plants with younger leaves, and also will prefer plants that have softer tissues. And then when we are looking at the adaptivity, variability, we can see that the host plant, which is the insect, will prefer the host plant that has less plant defense mechanism. And then when we're looking at the feeding preference of the Lepidoptera moth, and also these are the factors, but like the main factors here are the chemical cues, host physical characteristics, behavioral adaptations, role of microorganisms. For example, the part for chemical cues. So the insects will not prefer a host plant that will not favor it for feeding. So the host plant must have less chemical cues, and also the surface texture is very important when selecting a host plant for feeding. And then the management implications. So understanding GLM's oviposition and feeding behavior is very important in helping designing the target efficient and sustainable control strategies within the IPM, which is the integrated pest management frameworks. And also these insights will also help in improving the time, the type, and also the combination of chemical, biological, and cultural controls. In conclusion, this review highlights that there is a limited research on GLM, particularly its oviposition and feeding preference in relation to host plant selection, and also the environmental conditions with the life cycle dynamics. And also due to the scarcity of specific, specific studies, and also insights were drawn from related Lepidoptera moth, which also highlights that there is a need for further dedicating research in order to bridge the existing knowledge gaps. And also expanding research on host plant interactions, behavioral ecology, population genetics will also help in understanding the GLM bioecology and population dynamics. And also, this will also help in contributing to the developmental of more precise and effective pest management strategies. So the recommendations are as listed, but I'd like to mention the few that understanding GLM oviposition and feeding preference will be essentially improving IPM, and also future studies should identify key semi-chemicals which influence the host selection in developing the attractants and repellents. And also RNA sequencing should be used in also in identifying the genes that are related to host recognition and also for detoxification. And also population genetics research is also needed in order to detect host association differentiation across the agroecological zone for region-specific management. These are my acknowledgements, the University of Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and also the organizers of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Dr. Surbhi Gupta with us.
A very good evening, everyone present over here. Myself, Dr. Surbhi Gupta, Assistant Professor from Lala Lajpat Rai University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Haryana, India. So today I'm going to talk about the targeting intracellular calcium ion release, a strategy of Hyaloma anatolicum ticks to suppress the platelet aggregation. So the ticks, first of all, the ticks are the ectoparasites on the animals. They keep on feeding the animal blood by piercing their mouth parts into it. And this leads to the, so as they can take a blood meal continuously. Normally what happens is that whenever their injury occurs, then the platelet, then the collagen get exposed and the platelets start get aggregating. But when the ticks are feeding the blood, the platelet aggregation does not take place, so that they can take the blood meal continuously. Because while feeding the blood, they keep on, they have different bioactive molecules in their saliva, and they keep on injecting these bioactive molecules inside the host blood, which is inhibiting the platelet aggregation. So this Hyaloma anatolicum tick species, this is prevalent in our area, and the bioactive molecules present in their saliva are the least studied one. And while they are taking the blood meal, these ticks are also responsible for injecting the different micropathogenic microorganisms also inside the host blood, which are responsible for causing the different disease conditions like theileria, babesia, which ultimately leads to the loss of blood in the animal, which leads to the animal comes in the stress, which ultimately decreases the milk production, leading to the huge economic loss of the farmers. So the research gap is that this Hyaloma anatolicum tick species, very scanty information, very less research has been done on this species and their bioactive molecules. So for this, the objectives of my study is to fractionate and isolate the platelets aggregating inhibitors from salivary glands of Hyaloma anatolicum ticks, and second is to study the effect of these isolated inhibitors on the blood platelet aggregation mechanism. So for this, first of all, the ticks were collected and from the animals, and then near about 100 pairs of salivary glands were dissected out under the stereo microscope. And these salivary glands, their extract was prepared in Hippie's saline buffer, and then the different salivary gland molecules, they were fractionated by chromatography, gel filtration chromatography. So near about we got the 150 fractions from the chromatography, and their protein concentration was measured. And after that, the fractions which were found to have the protein concentration, they were tested for the platelet aggregation activities. Further, some of the fractions we found to have the platelet aggregation activities. Further, they were tested for by what mechanism they are inhibiting the platelet aggregation, by testing for the intracellular calcium assay test and by the platelet adhesion test. Because normally when the platelet aggregation takes place, it occurs when the collagen is exposed and the different receptors which are present on the surface of the platelets, they get activated and the aggregation takes place. So here we are also studying the mechanism, by what mechanism the factors present in the tick saliva, they are inhibiting the platelet aggregation while taking the blood. So these are the results. We found that out of the 150 fractions we have collected from the chromatography, about 50 fractions were found to have the protein in them. So those 50 were further taken for the platelet aggregation assays, and out of those 9 fractions were found to have the platelet aggregating activity similar to the antagonist. We have taken an antagonist like glycine, proline, arginine and glycine. This is a peptide which is known to inhibit the platelet aggregation activity. So, and thrombin as a agonist, which is initiating the platelet aggregation. So 9 fractions were found to have the activity similar to the antagonist from the tick's saliva. So these 9 were further taken for the different mechanisms, for the intracellular calcium assay and for the platelet aggregation assay. And it was found that they are inhibiting the platelet aggregation by inhibiting the release of intracellular calcium ion, which is important for the platelet aggregation. not by the platelet adhesion. So we found that their activity is similar to that of the antagonist peptide. So this is also further confirmed by the scanning electron microscopy of the platelets. So we did the scanning electron microscopy of normal platelets. First 3 pictures are of the normal bovine platelets. Then the next 4 pictures are with the peptide, inhibitory peptide. And then the next 4 pictures are with the fractions of salivary gland. So it is also shown here that the platelet aggregation is inhibited. Then next 2 is with the thrombin, that how the aggregation has taken place in the bovine platelets. So this is further confirmed by the scanning electron microscopy also. So after that we also carried out the SDS page of these 9 fractions, and the 5 fractions were found to have so many proteins, but only 1 fraction we found that has only 1 protein, and it is having very good platelet aggregating inhibitory activity. So that is, and their molecular weight is found to have been approximately 66.4. So we can say that that this protein has antiplatelet aggregating activity, which is further studied by mass spectrometry. And in the mass spectrometry, this protein was found to be similar to that of the serum albumin of the bovines. So the conclusion of my study is that the bioactive molecules which is present in the tick saliva, they are inhibiting the activity, platelet aggregating activity, by inhibiting the intracellular calcium release, which is important in the mechanism of platelet aggregation, and its molecular weight is found to be approximately 66.4 kilodalton, and we can further use this protein, we can further purify it, characterize it, this protein, and this protein can further be used for the therapeutic purposes, like we can use it in treating the different disease conditions like thrombosis and the emboli. So further we can go for the this protein purification characterization. Thank you. In the end, I would like to thank my university, Lala Lajpat Rai University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences. I would also like to thank Indian Council of Medical Research and Council of Scientific and Industrial Research for providing me the travel grant, and also to the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Is there anybody else who's presenting this afternoon? There is. One more. Are you the last person? No pressure. You have to be good. Yep. Okay. Yep.
A very good evening to all. So myself, I am Dr. Sunil Shiva, working as an associate professor in the University of Agricultural Sciences, Raichur, Karnataka in India. So today I am going to present the paper on effect of operational parameters on spray deposition as well as the weed control efficiency of an UAV-based herbicide application in rice crop. So as you know that, so today in the current global situation, so the population goes on increasing. So based upon that, it has been estimated that by the 2050, so we are going to reach about 10 billion in the population. So for that, we require to increase the food production also. So one of the major constraints when we see for the food production, along with the nutrient management, pest control side, other things. So the important thing is also the weed management. So how best we can manage the weeds, and it should be in a sustainable manner. So that is a challenging one. And as we see, one of the important staple crop in the world, it is the rice, which is consumed maximum people. So it needs to be more concentrated on its cultivation for with less losses. That needs to be seen. So when we see regarding the weeding, so there are two issues. One is because of the many weeds, there is a significant reduction in the crop production, as well as even for the controlling measures also, the lots of difficulties are available. Lots of difficulties are there, so which needs to be addressed properly, especially in the rice crops, where it is very difficult to travel a person for the spraying operations, and also it is difficult to have the machineries because of the smaller size land holdings. So as we all know that, so why the weeding is most important. So if you see, as the weeds are going to having an impact on the crop by significantly increasing the competition for the available resources. That's why where we can get a lesser yield. Apart from that, it also adds an additional cost to the farmer in for its weed management practices, because we need to purchase the chemicals, the labor cost, which is very high nowadays. So it needs to be addressed significantly. And ultimately, whatever the yield we are getting, of course, it will be a lesser one, and also the quality of the yield is also very less. So that's why what is the need for the drones or the UAV-based systems for the crop management in the rice. So of course, one is nowadays what we are looking towards the precision agriculture, where we need to apply the inputs at a precise level and in a precise quantity that needs to be done, and whatever the small amount of the chemicals, we need to manage the large field. So that is the need of the hour. So it can be helpful if you go or if you see towards the drone technology. And apart from that, by using these drones, we are efficiently increase or enhance the efficiency of the application, spraying applications, or along with that, a lots of time, more than I think around 80 to 90% of the time can be saved by using these technologies. And of course, because of the lesser exposure to the human labors, so or the operators with the chemicals, so we can significantly reduce the risk associated with their health. And it also minimizes the environmental impact by reducing the consumption of the chemical application, and whatever the things we are applying, it will be significantly or uniformly spread all over the surface of the leaves. So where we require a minimum amount of chemical also. And one more thing which is best suitable for the rice crop, that is the terrain, because the crop which we are growing, it will be in a stagnant water, where it will become very difficult for the persons to get into that field. So it can, which is unnecessarily increases the burden on that person. So it can be avoided by using these drone technologies. And in this drone technology, we need to significantly study, or we need to know what are the optimum parameters for the crop. So these optimum parameters may be having the impact on this spray coverage and how best it is going to be spread on the crop, and also whether it is going to be covering both in the upper surface and lower surface of the leaf. So those things can also be, that needs to be studied. Along with that, what is the drift effect is there, that needs to be measured, and we need to find out which operational parameters are causing the minimum drift, that needs to be studied. And apart from that, what should be the speed of operation, altitude, and what is the type of the nozzles we are going to use. So these things needs to be studied, and a particular for a crop, depending upon the stages, so these parameters needs to be finalized. So this is the study which has been conducted, and these are the different experimental plots and the details of the crop which has been considered. And this is the drone which has been used for this study. It is an 12-liter capacity, payload capacity drone that has been utilized for the work, and which is having the forward speed from 1 meter to 8 meter per second capacity with a flat fan nozzle type. And this is having the 4 number of nozzles. And these are the parameters, that is forward speed, height of spray, and dosage levels, we have considered at 5 levels, where we have studied these effects on the droplet sizes, the droplet density, and how best it is going to control the weeds, that is the weed control efficiency, spray drift, and even the phytotoxicity which is caused by the chemical on the plant, that is also has been studied. So this is a layout where the study has been conducted, and this is the path which is shown here, through which the drone is going to be passed over the crop, and at the same time at a regular intervals the samples are also collected by using the water sensitive papers which were used for further analysis for measuring the droplet sizes, droplet density, and the distribution, and along with the drift. So for the measurement of the drift, we have taken up to the 4 meters with a interval of 1 meter. So this is the droplet density and the spray drift which has been measured and in the field conditions. And the phytotoxicity has been measured in these levels from rating from 0 to 10, where 0 is the having no symptoms and 10 is the maximum where the crop has been completely destroyed because of the weed side effect. And if coming for the results, if you see, so the droplet size and the density, so the droplet size has been varied from around 300 micrometers to 528 micrometers, so it is in the range, and which is in an acceptable range, and which is having a better bioefficacy. And also the droplet density, which was in the range of 12 to 45. Of course, the more than 25 to 30 number of droplets per centimeter square is better. Then this is the trend which has shown on the effects of the different parameters, that is how the forward speed is going to affect and the height of spray is going to affect on the droplet size as well as the droplet density, where we can see as we go on increasing the height of spray, so the droplet size has been decreased, and because of it requires some traveling time, so where it is going, which is having sufficient time to break down of the droplets, so we have found higher droplet lower droplet sizes at a higher altitudes. Along with that, even at a lower altitude, we got a lesser density, droplet density, and for the higher levels of the altitudes, it was better. Along with that, even the forward speed is also affecting significantly on these parameters, especially for the droplet density. So regarding the weed control efficiency, which has been taken at 3 intervals, that is at 7 days after spraying for 14 days and 21 days, where we have seen even the dosage levels which has been changed here, we can see at a 50% of the recommended dosage level, so it was very lowest, and highest of course it has been obtained at 150% of dosage levels. So if you see the spraying drift, so the spray drift is significantly affected because of the height of spray only. So if you are able to manage the height of spray and under the recommended conditions for the weather conditions, so we can have a better lesser drift, so which is in an acceptable limit. So along with that, if you see here, here we have, even though the weed control efficiency was better at 150% of the dosage level, so because of the damage to the crop, so the yield has been reduced, and this can be reflected in the phytotoxicity level of the crop, and at approximately we have been got a better yield at 100% dosage level at a height of 2 meter altitude and a forward speed of 3.5 meters. So this is the phytotoxicity level where we can see, so whatever the red thing, that is the 1, 2, 3 score rating has been provided. So usually this is the experiments where we have taken more than 125% level of the recommended dosage. So we have gotten a phytotoxicity there, but those are very recoverable one. But the 14th experiment where we got around 4, 5, 6. So here we have taken one where we have taken the 150% level of the dosage level. There it has been it caused a severe damage to the even for the crop also. That's why the yield has been reduced. So ultimately, after the optimization through CCD RSM methodology. So these are the optimized values. So 2.5 meters is the forward speed, and height of spray of 2 meters, and 100% dosage level has been got a better results, where we got the 4 meters of the swath width, and even the weed control efficiency was up to 93% has been recorded, with a spray drift of only around 7 to 8%. And for this, there was no phytotoxicity wall, and the application rate was around 56 liters per hectare, with an yield of around 5,500 kg per hectare. So it has been compared with the traditional what the farmers practice has been doing. Usually they used to go for a power sprayer, manual operated power sprayer, a backpack sprayer. So with that it has been compared. So when we compare those things, so of course for the field capacity is very higher in drone spraying. It was covering around 2.25 hectares per hour with an operational cost of around $12 per hectare. And when we see the savings in the time, about 86% of the time can be saved by using the drone spraying technology. And it has been significantly reduced the human drudgery which is involved in the spraying operation, because they have to carry on the back and travel in that field which is stagnant in the water, which is very difficult to carry the load. And it also significantly reduces the occupational health hazards which is caused because of the consumption or the exposing to the harmful chemicals. So finally, we can conclude that the operational speed, height and dosage levels were significantly influencing the parameters for the spraying parameters as well as the weeding efficiency. And the optimized parameters has been found at around for the rice crop, that is 2.5 meters per second of forward speed, 2 meters height of spray, and 100% dosage level. What is the if you go for any more than 125% of the dosage level, so the phytotoxicity has been observed. So that's why we can recommend this drone spraying as one of the latest technology which is having a significant effect, that is both on the crop management as well as the labor management. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next up, we have poster presentation. First, we have Dr. Meena Goswami with us.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Mamta, Assistant Professor at Veterinary University, Mathura, which is situated in Uttar Pradesh, India. So we are talking about One Health, of which animals are the key component, so as their well-being. And well-being not only from their health point of view, but also from their welfare point of view. And this welfare thing is directly linked with the behavior of the animal. So we conduct behavioral studies at our university, a part of which I am presenting here, which is titled A Comparative Study on Assessing the Cognitive Development of Haryana and Sahiwal Calves. So at our university farm, we are keeping two breeds of cattle, which is Haryana and Sahiwal. These are two native breeds. Haryana is a dual purpose breed and Sahiwal is a milch purpose breed. So for this study, we took 7 calves of Haryana and Sahiwal and in these two groups, and we compared their behavior of these two groups for Sahiwal and Haryana calves. We compared their behavior. So we took post colostrum phase. We took these calves in their post colostrum feeding phase and divided into these two groups. And we performed novel setting and novel object test for these two groups. So what we found regarding their behavior, we assess these two components of behavior, apprehensive behavior and their interactive behavior. In apprehensive behavior, we observe their tendency to escape and vocalization. We observed this behavior in a novel setting for 15 minutes itself, and we found that this tendency to escape, which was an indication of apprehensive behavior, it was significantly higher in Haryana calf compared to the Sahiwal calf. Also, vocalization, it was higher, significantly higher in Sahiwal calf compared to the Haryana calf. Now when coming to the interactive behavior, we observed that interactive behavior was better in Sahiwal calf, which is indicated that this snuffing and licking of the object, which was significantly higher in Sahiwal. Also, bucket feeding in a novel setting was also higher in Sahiwal calf, although non-significantly. And this tendency to explore the setting was also significantly found higher in the Sahiwal calves. So with these results, we conclude that this Sahiwal calves, which is a milch purpose breed, in calf stage itself, it has better interactive behavior compared to Haryana calves. So it was concluded that the systematic and repeated engagement with novel stimuli can foster improved behavioral adaptability, and which may help in reducing stress-related responses and contribute positively to routine farm management. Thank you. So this was my statement. Thank you.
Sorry for the sore throat. Myself, Dr. Meena Goswami Avasthi. Am I audible? Is it okay for you? Myself, Dr. Meena Goswami Avasthi. I am Associate Professor, Department of Life Products Technology, Veterinary University, Uttar Pradesh, Mathura. My presentation is basically on a particular dish that is used as a spread or a dip, particularly in the Middle East countries and the USA, that is hummus. Hummus is a dish basically prepared from the chickpeas, tahini paste, if you know. Tahini paste is prepared from the roasted sesame seeds and olive oil, along with lemon juice, olive oil, garlic, and the seasoning. However, it is a vegetarian dish. It may not contain all the essential fatty acids and amino acids. So we have tried to improve its flavor profile as well as its nutritional profile with the addition of the meat. Meat we have taken is the lamb meat. Lamb meat, with its mild flavor profile, it gives a complete nutrition as a product, as a dip or as a spread to the people. As hummus or any meat-based product is a part of our daily cuisine, and it may be there may be chance of the contamination with the Listeria monocytogenes. So to overcome with this problem, we have gone for the cold plasma technology. In cold plasma technology, where we are using in the industry, now we have started it using in our industry. How it works? Where basically a gas is ionized and in the forms of the ions or the electrons. We have to work upon our food that we have gone for. So the objective of the present study was conducted to extend the shelf life and the microbial study of the meat-based hummus using cold plasma technology. So this experiment was conducted in the Department of Animal and Food Science, Oklahoma State University, USA. It's part of the work collaboration with Veterinary University, Mathura and Oklahoma State University, USA as a part of ICR research. These were the ingredients basically we are using, and here we compared three things. One is SAS, sodium acid sulfate, that is FDA approved antimicrobial. Second is sodium benzoate and potassium sorbate. It is a good mold inhibitor. Again, third one, that is the cold plasma technology, where the layer was taken as 0.7 centimeter for the 3 minutes. The samples were stored at 0 degrees centigrade and analyzed for physicochemical and total plate count at every 5 days interval for total 20 days. Whereas, as I told you that there was a chances of the Listeria monocytogenes infection, so we inoculated these bacteria with the 6 log separately and stored separately at the refrigeration temperature and monitored at every 7-day interval up to 21 days. I want to tell you one more thing, that Listeria monocytogenes is one of the main food contaminant, particularly I'm talking about the meat contaminant, meat products, as well as the depspesinol in USA. So there are so many outbreaks going on, so they are working on that as well as part of that project. Finally, what we had that T2, that sodium benzoate and potassium sorbate, as well as sodium acid sulfate, as it is a GRAS and FDA approved antimicrobial. It has comparatively lower pH, whereas when we are comparing control with the other treatments, the control had comparatively higher TBRS. TBRS is evaluated for the production of malonaldehyde per kg of the sample. That is basically due to the fat oxidation. It gives us information about the secondary fat oxidation. Coming to the plate counts, as we can have a look, it's very important finding that on the 0-day cold plasma technology, it reduced the Listeria monocytogenes from 6 log to the 3 log. It means it is very effective, 3 log reduction. However, with the progression of the storage period, the total plate count and the Listeria plate count, it was increasing. And we have seen that the 7-day onwards, all three are antimicrobials, including potassium sorbate, sodium acid sulfate, as well as cold plasma technology or treatment. It worked in the same way. So, as we can see here, that among the treatments, T1 exhibited significantly lower pH, as I told you, because T1 it contains sodium acid sulfate. It is an acidic chemical, what we are using as an antimicrobial and approved by the USDA. Second, both pH and TBRS increased significantly with the progression of the storage period. However, it was significantly higher in control as compared to other treatments, other antimicrobials. For pathogen challenge studies for the Listeria monocytogenes, inoculated with the Listeria monocytogenes, cold plasma treatment achieved 3 log reduction on 0-day, whereas T1 and T2 showed the similar antimicrobial effect 7-day onwards. Finally, coming to the conclusion, well accepted meat-based hummus means we can include meat, lamb meat, in the hummus, in the chickpea hummus. We can replace it. How? It can be prepared by the replacement of the boiled chickpea paste with 50% minced lamb meat and steamed cooked without pressure for 20 minutes. The shelf life of the meat-based hummus may be extended up to 20-21 days. Normally it is 5 to 7 days after opening the lid. And it can be, the shelf life of the hummus can be extended with cold plasma technology, where 0.7 centimeter layer for 3 minutes is used, or addition of sodium acid sulfate 0.4%, or addition of 0.1% sodium benzoate or 0.1% potassium sorbate. However, among these three, this means cold plasma treatment is the novel technique. It is a green ecology technique. So we can use this. So cold plasma treatment demonstrated comparable effective grass, antimicrobials and superior anti-listeria. That is the main important thing. Where we are using food under the refrigeration and we are using food under the storage period for a longer time. And it has a great potential as an effective non-chemical preservative method for extending the shelf life of the meat-based hummus. Thank you.
You must stay in front, not behind me. You must stay in front, not behind me. You are not so hard. What? He make a picture. It was a worldwide web.
Sir. Sir.
It's not so easy to make it in Germany. Yeah, for animal welfare and so on. Next time I come to India, then move it together. To India. Yes, maybe with our students to make an excursion. Maybe it's possible. Here? No. Never. I never was in India.
We keep cows for milking. We just call them.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I request everybody to come forward. And thank you, ladies, for the very nice poster presentations. I really appreciate that. So we are going to start the closing ceremony. I would like to invite our owner of the organization, Dr. Poonam Goel, to come and say something from her side, and then we follow that with certificates and a big thank you to everybody. Poonam ma'am, please join me. पहले आप बोलो, फिर हम साथ में बोलेंगे.
Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank you, big thanks from my side to all of you for coming here and enjoying with us and join with us. The ARCC is very much thankful for you, all of you, and I also big thanks for you, and I want to some special thanks for Gurubachan Singh sir. Sir, please, and Sir Singla sir, I want to big thanks to our coordinator, our helper, our क्या कहें श्वेता तेरे को everyone, श्वेता मैम अपने हमारी छोटी सी प्यारी प्यारी गुड़ियाँ हैं ये हमारी कमल मैम हमारी नीतू मैम का थैंक्स करेंगे बिग थैंक्स टू नितिन सर नितिन सर कोई भी किसी को भी मैं छोटा थैंक्स नहीं कर सकती इसीलिए मैं सभी को बड़ा बड़ा थैंक्स करना चाहती हूँ गौरव जी प्लीज जॉइन अस एंड थैंक्स टू एवरीवन प्लीज गौरव गुप्ता कम फॉर थैंक्स टू एवरीवन प्लीज हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं आप समझ नहीं सकते हम कितना खुश हैं आप सब लोगों को बीच में पाकर और आप सब ने हमारा साथ दिया गौरव को अप्रिशिएट किया गौरव जी आइए प्लीज Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. एक तो हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस में जिसने साथ दिया है वो तो है ही, हमारे डॉक्टर सिंगला जी हैं जो 12 महीने 24 घंटे हमारा साथ देते हैं हमारे, और मैं नाम नहीं जानती सर हैं जिनका मैं नाम लेना चाहूँगी लेकिन मैं स्किप कर रही हूँ। हमारे सर बहुत बहुत हमारा साथ देते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच सिंगला सर, थैंक यू। हाँ जी, प्लीज प्लीज कम, प्लीज कम।
Thank you so much, madam. I have great association with the ARCC since the last 20 years or so. I was their reviewer. I was knowing nobody. Then they keep me on the editorial board, followed by an editor and followed by associate chief editor. I had always a formal talks with Goel, followed by his daughter, Poonam Goel. She is Poonam Goel. She is the chairperson or owner of ARCC. She was taking all the decisions related to publications after taking over the charge from her father. This was followed by Mr. Gaur Gupta. Sir, please do come here. Main bande who are here for the organization of this conference, due to which all the participants were here. We were not knowing them. I think so, some of us. Thank you, sir. He is Mr. Gaur Gupta. Acha, अनेक Punjabi ch dasa, English ch dasa, Hindi ch dasa, I can't say anything. Very simple persons they are. And very hard working. Very hard working. So thank you very much for organizing such a great conference here. We have great interaction with Sweta ma'am. She was here. And we all were there in India. We were interacting with her. Sweta ma'am, at the same time, I forget your name. Tanu. She was also there. She is taking all conference proceedings. She was sending the abstracts or papers either to Dr. Gurbachan ji, sir, please can you come on the stage if possible. ਸਾਡੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ guide ਨੇ for this journal. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ support ਰਹੀ ਹੈ for all guidance for this conference. Again, Malik Saab, he is here. Dr. Saab, if you can please. Now, our owner Poonam Goel, she will deliver the certificates. Please, हम आपके साथ खड़े होंगे मैडम. नहीं. आओ ना.
Please. Dr. Gurbachan Singh. May I have the round of applause, please? Dr. Yashpal Singh Malik. Please have a round of applause, please. Dr. L.D. Singla. The next, Dr. Shushila, please come over the stage. Dr. Lakshuman, please, sir. Yeah.
Dr. Surbhi Gupta. Dr. Shushila, please. मोती मोती उसको बोल बाहर वेट करेगा. Dr. Kothai. Dr. Mule. Dr. Mule.
If he's not there, I'm coming.
Yeah. You stay there.
Why she called, but whatever. I want to go down to change. I just have to report, I think.
Makoshi. डॉक्टर मकोशी. मैं नहीं जा रहा उधर ना, मैं नहीं जा रहा उधर. इतनी उम्र नहीं आई, बड़ा हो गया. शेख. डॉक्टर शेख आदिल.
His family has a business for 44 years. So, there are business people there. They are known.
डॉक्टर रश्मि.
Some kind of certificate.
Then Dr. Mamta.
Participation. Seems like.
Next Dr. Mamta.
What kind of diploma is that? Is it a PhD? Okay. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. So they learn.
Dr. Mamta, please. Next, Dr. Vijay. Dr. Vijay next. Dr. Vijay, please. Next, Dr. Meena Goswami.
Yeah, it's true.
Dr. Meena Goswami next. Next, Dr. J.M. Nidagundi.
Yes, my father, mom, and sister.
Next.
Yes, my sister didn't want to come. I tried to get her before, but she didn't. So these are
Next, Dr. Savita. AS Savita. Next, Dr. Shunil Sirwal. Next, Dr. Ajit Kumar K. Dr. Ajit Kumar K. Next, Dr. Tulasi Ram. Next, Dr. Krishnamurthy D.
Second comma. No, I don't know. I wouldn't mind, to be honest.
Finish?
Wouldn't mind. We'll see.
It's last.
She liked it when we came last time. Yes. She liked it.
का है नाम का है? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, steering members. It's all. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence. क्या बोल रहा ओके ठीक Ma'am, Miss Poonam Goyal, Mrs. Poonam Goyal, thank you very much for coming. We always seek your blessings for the next time, always. So car is waiting outside, you can go now. And the flight and the plane is waiting at the airport. You may, if you want. Thank you all the delegates for coming from our team. I want to first invite my team on the stage. Can I have my team on the stage? Mr. Nitin Chaudhary, Komal, Mrs. Tanu, Mr. Mohit. No way. You don't know. Can I ask Mr. Mohit to come and join us? है कहाँ? हैं? Okay. And special thank to Mr. Kim for coming and entertain us all and just handling the stage. Yes. Thank you for making bill for me. So I would like to thank our sponsors as well. The delegates kit sponsor is by LD and our associate sponsor is Bio Aqua Green. and we thank you, and we thank all the government bodies who gave support to us, like Agriculture Investment and Development, Arab Authority of Agriculture Investment and Development, and United Arab Emirates Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. And we would like to thank Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority as well. And thank you, thank you very much for all the delegates for coming to all over to Dubai. And we are going to see you next time again shortly. And we will keep in touch with you on our emails, on our WhatsApp, on our social media. And uh, I would like to invite all my staff members to come and just to give some of their views about their efforts and their all the help and support to the throughout our conference. And from the last 6 months, we are working day and night just to make this conference a successful event. And thank you for your support. And I hope we'll see you next year as well. Thank you so much. Now, Ms. Shweta would like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, our Managing Director, for the constant support he was extending. We thought of a dream to bring this conference live, and he was behind us. He was always talking, go ahead, do the way you want to do, engage more and more people. And because of all of you, our sponsors, delegates, attendees, participating organization, government support, steering committee members, with my deep bottom heart, I would like to thank you all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And not to forget my team, Tanu, Komal, Nitin, big round. Thank you so much.
ਇੱਥੇ ਸਰਟੀਫਿਕੇਟ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਰਟੀਫਿਕੇਟ ਆਪ
Or Guru Prasad, is it here? Dr. Raghavendra BT. Next up, Dr. Rajna. Dr. Hanuman Thappa. अरे मैम वो Next up, we have Dr. Anand Kumar. Dr. Anand Kumar. Dr. Raghavendra Yaligar.
This is a reference only.
Dr. Ramesha.
No, we'll give you stamp. One will put your. Yes. Honestly, not carrying stamp. There's no need for you.
Dr. Chandranek.
We'll get it, sir. Canal traffic. Yeah, we'll send together to you. Everyone's free. The morning sessions you missed, they were great.
Next up, Dr. Amresh.
They were very good panels. They're not all.
Next, we have Dr. Lokesh.
Yeah, it's just
Dr. Yanjirappa. Dr. Yanjirappa. Dr. Vijay Kumar. That's it. Yeah, Dr. Shivanand, please. Okay. Okay. Yes.
it takes only 5 minutes.
Baki? Do you? Sure. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes. We have Dr. Tulasiram with us. Next we have Dr. Raja.